Sharp rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep. In your heart and mind, never forget.
Oh, so there it is right there, Elosoloja. That's what that, not the song, not the last song, but the song that preceded it. She said, Elosoloja. So go and say it in the market square. So there it is. That was Zainab. That was Yoruba music, by the way, not Hausa Fulani, according to Choma. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good evening, Choma. Good evening, Sise. Good evening, Princess Rosie, and everyone else listening. So good day to you all. Good day to you all. Good to be your company. Always a delight. So now, there is not an abundance in the news cycle, by the way. There's not, we're not gushing with things to share, but we will carry on as we've carried on, and then the session takes its own shape as it often does. So we do that. So we carry on as we often do, and to carry on as we often do, or as we even always do, then it requires you to click on the like button. So click on like. If you are not already subscribed, please click on that. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you feel inclined, super chat towards the stream, and share the links, of course, on your social media spaces. So those are the usual calls to action that I traditionally call. So do those things. But especially we want the screen populated, so I'm going to send the link right now. And it's a case of bring your own. This particular session, when you go to an English party and they ask you to bring a bottle. So it's a case of bring a bottle this particular session. So you're bringing your own contribution to the news cycle, but we do have some things to present. So we do have something to present. And the news cycle is still very much dominated by the Dele Farotimi'S, Aare Afe Babalola space. So it's that space continues to evolve. Dele Farotimi'S, of course, still in custody. Aare Afe Babalola comes and takes a position now, but the space that Dele Farotimi'S traditionally occupies, they are also reacting to it. So a lot of things going on there. We're also looking at the outtakes of all of these TINUBU's journeys around the world. So what are the presents that he has brought back in all of these journeys he's been making around the world? So we look at that. And a whole myriad of little snippets here and there. So it's a pick and mix. It's a licorice all sort of a session. So a licorice all sort of a session. Let's just get straight into it. The link to the studio is in the comment section there. This one will really need the participation of people because we don't have an abundance, like I said, in the news cycle. Afe Babalola's lawyers give condition for Dele Farotimi'S release. So it almost sounds as though like the days of slavery, when you catch a slave, you chain him to a tree, and then you discuss his release, sort of. So that's it. There is a Dele Farotimi'S ankle very much chained to a tree somewhere in Ekiti, and Afe Babalola now telling us the price of his release. So just give me 1 second. Let me do something quickly. So that's Afe Babalola negotiating the price of the release of Dele Farotimi'S. So I'll give you the readout in a moment. Let me just do this quickly. So that's Afe Babalola doing this thing. Let's do that and do this and do that. So, and then we get back. So we get into it. Afe Babalola's lawyers give condition for Dele Farotimi'S release. The lawyers of Afe Babalola SAN said that lawyer and human rights activist Dele Farotimi will be released when he proves his allegation in his book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. So that is to tell you then that the fullness of it is what Dele Faro. I thought they were going to ask for an apology or something, but prove it is what this is the danger that these people run. They make all these braggadocious statements and they'll say, oh, I'll stand by my words. I'm not going to, so I stand by my words. Those are actionable comments. So it doesn't just end in the verbalization of it, in the vocalization of it. So I stand by my words does not just end in the vocalization of it. You saying that you stand by your words doesn't then end that. You saying that then ends any further pressure on you. So now you say you stand by your words. Now the invitation has been sent for you to come and stand by those words. And that is exactly what we're seeing playing out here. The lawyers of Afe Babalola SAN said that lawyer and human rights activist Dele Farotimi will be released when he proves his allegation in his book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. Babalola's lawyers, Owosheni Ajayi, Olakanmi, Falade, and Lawrence Fasomi accused Farotimi. I can't even pronounce Farotimi anymore. Let me take it from the top again. The lawyers to Afe Babalola SAN said that the lawyer and human rights activist Dele Farotimi will be released when he proves his allegations in his book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. Babalola's lawyers, Owosheni Ajayi, Olalekan Falade, and Lawrence Fasomi accused Farotimi of tarnishing Babalola's reputation. They stated this while speaking to a press conference in Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti state capital, on Friday, December the 6th. Lawyers to the elder statesman said Farotimi was charged to court by the police for the law to take its due course on the matter. According to correspondents, Ajayi said the manner Farotimi was arraigned by the police was in order. He said the police should be commended for arresting and arraigning the human rights activist within 24 hours. Is it wrong for Aare Afe Babalola to seek justice for these false utterances against him? Should justice only be available to Mr. Dele Farotimi because Aare Afe Babalola is a global icon? Once Mr. Dele Farotimi can show proof that his assertion in the book are true, then he will be free. The law allows free speech, but not one that is calculated to injure the good reputation of another. So there it is right there. Temi Frank reacts to Dele Farotimi's detention. We don't have universality around the alignment behind Dele Farotimi, by the way. The senior thinkers within the Nigerian political space, they are very much, they were taken off guard somewhat with how Dele Farotimi has positioned himself. As somebody that purports to be a lawyer to make this sort of outlandish statement. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that the former deputy national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC, Comrade Temi Frank, called for the immediate release of Dele Farotimi. On what basis? Frank gave the federal government and Ekiti state government 48 hours to release Farotimi from remand or face mass protest. So, well, that doesn't really mean anything anymore in Nigeria. According to Frank, there is more to the arrest and remand of Farotimi than the alleged defamation alibi. So, what is the more to it? Is the thing. You see, it's this sort of dog whistle statements that has landed Dele Farotimi in the position that he has found himself. So it's this sort of dog whistle statements that has landed Dele Farotimi in the position that he has found himself. But as I was saying yesterday, it now seems to be coming through. What's happened to Dele Farotimi? It has now started to sanitize the Nigerian social media space. And the loudmouths and the wild mouths, they are now starting to caution and recoil. The loudmouth and the wild mouth are now starting to caution and recoil. So onto this, Deji Adeyanju said, okay, let's just, this is the commentary of the person who's posting it. Deji Adeyanju said defamation is not a crime, but see him apologizing for defaming someone. So this is Deji Adeyanju, of course, one of the lead voices within that space. He's now retracting some of the wild statements he has made off the back of what has happened to Dele Farotimi'S. So this is coming from his law firm. You can see Deji Adeyanju and partners, and you can see the date there, the 6th of December 2024. So this is, it says retraction of alleged defamatory statement against Ambassador Umar Aliya Damagum and Senator Samuel Nyawu. So there it is right there. So you will see cautioning of narratives going forward, and you will see a lot more of this sort of defamation litigations going forward as well. We are the solicitors to Deji Adeyanju Esquire, hereinafter referred to as our client, on whose instruction we act. Our client is in receipt of 2 letters from the law firm of the revered senior advocate of Nigeria, J.J. Usman, SAN, alleging that some statements he made on a podcast a few weeks ago were deemed defamatory of Ambassador Umar Aliya Damagum and Senator Samuel Nyawu, the national chairman and secretary of the People's Democratic Party, respectively. Our client statement on the podcast were taken out of the bigger context of the conversation, which is the need for leadership in the People's Democratic Party to provide a viral opposition to the ruling party. These statements were not intended to defame your clients, and any perception of defamation in the said statement is regretted and withdrawn with apology. So there it is right there. So this is on Deji Adeyanju's letterhead, by the way, but stay steady. I've still got more to show you on that space. This is on Deji Adeyanju's letterhead. You can see his letterhead here, he being the principal of whatever practice he claims to have, and this is the letter now coming out of that practice. Retraction of alleged defamatory statement against Ambassador Umar Aliya Damagum and Senator Samuel Nyawu. We solicitors to Deji Adeyanju Esquire, hereinafter referred to as our client, on whose instruction we act. Our client is in receipt of 2 letters from the law firm of the revered senior advocate of Nigeria, J.J. Usman, SAN, alleging that some statements he made on a podcast a few weeks ago were deemed defamatory of Ambassador Umar Aliya Damagum and Senator Samuel Nyawu, the national chairman and secretary of the People's Democratic Party, respectively. Our client statement on the podcast were taken out of the bigger context of the conversation, which is the need for leadership of the People's Democratic Party to provide a viral opposition to the ruling party. These statements were not intended to defame your clients, and any perception of defamation in the said statements are regretted and withdrawn with apologies. As a human rights activist, our client remains committed to the betterment of Nigeria and will continue to urge those in leadership to prioritize the interests of Nigerians over and above personal interests. So there it is right there. But he doesn't stop there. Let me play you this as well.
Life goes on the administration aside, and let's take the APC as our common enemy. And let us face the APC. Because if you do not oppose the government, if you don't provide a credible opposition to the government, we will not have a country where we can do elections in 2027. And this is why, for me, people very briefly. Yes, because for me, people that think that, I'm always antagonizing, I'm always, sincerely speaking, I want a situation where everyone will come together and see the ruling party as people that we need to hold accountable, people that we need to challenge, and so that we can have a credible and wonderful country to call our own. And in closing, if somebody and Damagum feels that my remarks my metaphorical remarks were demeaning, I withdraw.
Okay.
So you could hear it there. So both a written and a verbal and an audio and a video apology. If they feel you could hear him stuttering. He never stuttered all the way through that interview until they got to that point. If they felt that my utterances were defamatory or demeaning in any way, I withdraw. So there it is right there. That's on the instructions of his lawyers, of course. So that wild excesses of that space has been bagged and tagged and caged. So the wild excesses of that space bagged, tagged, and caged. The wild excesses of that space bagged, tagged, and caged. Actually, let me play you another clip on Afe Babalola, just to tell you that he's not a hero in this particular narrative. Is a no good man in most instances. But and probably what Dele Farotimi'S said about him was probably true, but unprovable, which then makes it something that you cannot say publicly. So that's the irony of it. It may well have been true, but not provable. That's why you shouldn't say it in public. So I am saying all this off the back of this clip that I'm about to play you now. Watch this.
Even the one you talk about, our crude oil in the facilities abroad, during Buhari's administration, I'm aware 2 teams were sent to China. They came back and confirmed that we have crude oil there. Later, NNPC hired Afe Babalola to go on television, advertise on the papers that the whistleblower is a liar, that nothing like that happened.
So I hope you heard that. Let me interpret what was said and I'll play it to you again. So there is a character right there, and this predates the Dele Farotimi'S narrative. So there is a character right there that was under the Buhari administration. Remember, there was a time that it was discovered that Nigerian oil was being stolen and hidden in tank farms abroad, and they traced those tank farms to China. So now NNPC then hired Afe Babalola to go around the media houses to debunk it, even though the story was actually true. So I'm playing that just to let you know that Aare Afe Babalola is not the cleanest tool in the kitchen, or whatever the metaphor is. It's not the cleanest of the clean, but this particular thing that Dele Farotimi'S did was a schoolboy error. Listen again. So what this guy is saying here is that the oil stolen from Nigeria, hidden abroad, which they discovered, Aare Afe Babalola was the one that NNPC used to shut that story down. Watch this.
Even the one you talk about, our crude oil in the facilities abroad, during Buhari's administration, I'm aware 2 teams were sent to China. They came back and confirmed that we have crude oil there. Later, NNPC hired Afe Babalola to go on television, advertise on the papers that the whistleblower is a liar, that nothing like that happened.
So there it is right there. So that's Afe Babalola for you. So that's Afe Babalola for you. So the backing of him is not categorical by anyone, but the misstep by Dele Farotimi'S is that misstep too far, which needs to be corrected by society. TINUBU's reforms yielding positive results is mini-me, his man Friday, Kashim Shettima. Vice President Kashim Shettima on Friday in Abuja inaugurated the 2024 Nigeria Economic Report, assuring that the ongoing reforms by the government will yield inclusive growth in no distant future. Mr. Shettima, whilst inaugurating the report at a one-day technical workshop on the 2024 economic review at the presidential villa, said the policy interventions of President Bola Tinubu's administration were already yielding positive results. And we could get to those results in a moment. Represented by Ibrahim Hadijia, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Shettima said the report is a pragmatic synopsis of Tinubu's bold and impactful strides under the canopy of the Renewed Hope agenda. We are not just compiling statistics, but constructing a narrative of economic resilience and strategic transformation. Every data point and every analysis represents our commitment to turning the tide of economic challenges into opportunities for national growth. We are laying the groundwork for sustainable economic. It's not yet told us anything that they have done. These are just words. We are laying the groundwork for sustainable economic development that will create opportunities for every Nigerian. Earlier, Ekwerikpe Ekpo, the Minister of Petroleum Resources Gas, said the ministry will drive Nigeria's economic growth with the abundant gas deposits in the country. We have 209 trillion cubic feet of gas. Today, let's do that again. We have 209 trillion cubic feet of gas. Today, if Nigeria takes advantage of this, we will grow our economy to the level that will be envied. Nigeria will take its rightful position in the gas economy in the continent. The continent doesn't have a gas economy, so I'm not quite sure which gas economy does Africa have. It's an exporting continent. Nigeria will take its rightful position in the gas economy in the continent, he said. He urged Nigerians to key into the compressed natural gas initiative of the TINUBU administration. This is cleaner, safer, and environment friendly, he said, pointing out that though the kit may be expensive, there were incentives provided to make them affordable. Also, Hannatu Musawa, the Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, noted that Nigeria had untapped creative industry potential. So there it is. Ms. Musawa said the ministry was the first of its kind to focus on transforming creative content into economic opportunities. So what have she done? So these are just still vacuous words. What have they actually done? She stressed that the creative industry represented a critical pathway for economic diversification beyond petrol. So the creative space is now going to rival oil. So Davido now will be the what does that even mean? Meaningless. All right. Yeah. So that's that one. Let's go on from that one to another one. So let's go to this one here now. So this is something that is brewing between the North and the TINUBU administration, as though there's not enough fights going on there already. France not taking over Nigeria's mining sector, says presidency. So why would the presidency feel the need to say that? That would be because people are alleging that France is taking over the mining sector. Where is the mining sector in Nigeria? Is predominantly in the north. Is that ZAMFARA gold and those banditries? They've commissioned the French to come and flush them out. The presidency has stated that France is not taking over Nigeria's mining sector. Let's do that again. The presidency has stated that France is not taking over Nigeria's mining sector, solid minerals, or security rights, contrary to speculations on social media. During President Bola Tinubu's recent state visits to France, Nigeria and France signed a memorandum of understanding to develop joint projects to promote and diversify both countries' critical mineral value chains in the solid mineral sector. So Nigeria can contribute nothing to the development of anything in France other than raw material. So they are signing raw material concessions, but what is the counterweight in terms of what we gain? However, the MOU led to speculation online that the European country was planning to take over Nigeria's mining sector and solid minerals. In a statement issued on X on Thursday, Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Dare, clarified that Nigeria did not sign away its mining rights. According to the statement titled "The Facts: Nigeria-France MOU on Critical Minerals," Dare stated that both countries agreed to collaborate on research, training, and Franco-Nigerian student exchange for knowledge and skills transfer. So what research? These are just you see. These are just meaningless things. So what research can Nigeria contribute to France? None, because we have no research. What training can Nigeria contribute to France? None, because we have no training. What student exchange can Nigeria contribute to France? None, because we have no students. So all of these things weigh more from France to us than from us to France. So what do they get for counterweight? Is the mineral resources. The former Minister of Sports and Youth Development added that Nigeria will comply with international global standards upon which the MOU is based. He wrote, "The French are not taking over. Nowhere in the document was it agreed or suggested that Nigeria has signed away mineral rights to the French, nor does it connote anything against Nigeria's economic and security interest as being maliciously circulated. Nigeria and France have agreed to develop joint projects to promote and diversify the critical minerals value chain in the solid mineral sector of both countries. Critical minerals such as copper, lithium, you see, these are the things, you know, the real one that everybody is after is this lithium right here. And France are the first movers. And because Nigeria has one of the highest deposits of lithium in the world. And with Trump coming in, and Elon Musk very much in that lithium market, and he likely to leverage Trump to corner the lithium market, France are moving very quickly now to sweep up as many of the lithium deposits as they can before Trump takes over. So that's their play. We're just the gumless Africans in the mix. Critical minerals such as copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, and rare earth elements are essential to clean energy technology. In the Memorandum of Understanding signed by both countries on the sideline of the official visits to France by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu recently, both countries agreed to collaborate on research training and Franco-Nigerian student exchange for knowledge and skills transfer. A key component of the Memorandum of Understanding is the promotion of sustainable mining. So this is where it is now. So I think Nigeria is willing to concession mining to France for security, and I think that might well be the deal there. Of course, they'll still get their royalties on the mining, but really, what they are commissioning France for is to go and sanitize that northwest, northeast space. I think that might well be the play. A key component of the Memorandum of Understanding is the promotion of sustainable mining activities by executing projects and programs. So there it is right there. So sustainable mining activities by executing projects and programs. So for them to go into the terrain where they are able to execute projects and programs, then they have to go to the den of insurgency. So this is what the whole play is. A key component of the Memorandum of Understanding is the promotion of sustainable mining activities by executing projects and programs which reduce the environmental impact of mining on carbon emission, water consumption, and climate change. So you can forget all of this carbon emission and whatnot. They've sold mining rights to France in exchange for security. It also includes the establishment of joint extractive and processing projects through co-financing by public and private entities to diversify and secure the supply of critical minerals and decarbonized energy projects critical to the value chain. So you know, they are not going to lose us in words. So it says also included is the establishment of joint extractive and processing projects. So this might well be to the advantage of Nigeria if they are because this suggests then that they are not allowing them to extract and take mineral resources in its raw form. So processing to some level has to take place in Nigeria. So that's what that embedding suggests right there. It also includes the establishment of joint extractive Or I don't know what the joint is. I'm not sure who's going to be building the plants, but certainly plants to be built anywhere that the mineral resources are. It also includes the establishment of joint extractive and processing projects through co-financing by public and private entities to diversify and secure the supply of critical minerals and decarbonized energy projects critical to the value chain. Dare stated that both countries agreed to effectively execute programs and projects to improve the conditions of the local residents affected by mining. So they've put a clause in there. So we don't have what we had in Ogoni land where the whole place was roughed up. So extract, but humanly giving consideration to the all that this is telling us is that an extraction deal was signed. Mineral resources, rare earth, whatever it is, an extractive deal was signed with the French. Both agreed to adopt international best practice in the Nigeria is telling France about international best practice. France is there to exploit you. Don't forget about what's even this nonsense. So this is it anyway. What TINUBU has done, he has gone to sell our mineral resources to France. What sort of deal did he get for us in return? And was security included in that? That is really what we want to know. But all that this is telling us, hidden behind all these foggy words, are essentially telling us that they went to sell mineral resources. Both agreed to adopt international best practices in the execution of programs and projects to improve the conditions of the local populace affected by mining and ensure transparency. The MOU is expected to open new opportunities for the remediation of over 2,000 abandoned pits. So those abandoned pits, again, there was a time that Nigeria had a nickel industry and they were mining. There was a lot of mining in that plateau region. So those pits to be reactivated because those resources are back in play. The MOU is expected to open new opportunities for the remediation of over 2,000 abandoned pits in the country through its plan to intervene in environmental rehabilitation and post-mining projects. So there it is. So it's all coming out now why TINUBU put Dele Farotimi in terms of mineral resources. Through regular bilateral and multilateral training, seminars, and events, administrators of institutions in the critical metal sector are expected to improve their capacity to manage the sector's value chain. So meaningless words, but essentially, if you condense the totality of what was said, they went to sign a deal to sell mineral resources to France. That's just it. So still staying within that parameter somewhat. France taking over Nigeria. So I think this is let me see, can I get this in focus? All right, France taking over Nigeria. These are the facts of the MOU signed recently and between both countries. You see where we are in the news cycle. This is what we're having to digest. Nigeria and France agreed to develop joint projects to promote and diversify the critical mineral value chain in the solid mineral. By the way, let me still remind you of our guest coming tomorrow. And then we've got another guest week on, which will be I can confirm it tomorrow, but I can even confirm it. I can hint at it today. It will be Otumba Shomi will be joining us on 14th. But tomorrow we have we have our Chief Tola Adeniyi. So our guest after guest, and we're lining up even more guests. So just stay down, stay tuned, stay subscribed. So our Chief Tola Adeniyi tomorrow, Otumba show me on the 14th, and then we'll see if we can get somebody for the 15th to be the Sunday, and then we continue to just bring them as we can persuade them to come join us. So you don't know who Segun Sowunmi is? Look at this, Choma, and you call yourself a Nigerian. Google the name now, Segun Sowunmi. So there it is. That's what TINUBU sold to the French. and that's Dele Alake right there, signing yours and my life away. Let's rattle through. Nigeria and France agreed to develop joint projects to promote and diversify the critical mineral value chain in the solid minerals sector of the country. So this is it now. So what TINUBU is saying to the North is, okay, you've stolen all the oil, but everything else that is left under the ground of this country, I am going to steal it. Nigeria and France agreed to develop joint projects to promote and diversify the critical mineral value chain. I wonder if the gas in Imo State is a part of the deal that they are signing away as well. That will really rankle some people. And Nigeria and France have agreed to develop projects to promote and diversify the critical mineral value chain in the solid mineral sector of both countries. Critical minerals such as, and it gives us the list in the memorandum, a key component of the memorandum of understanding. So I think it's a regurgitation of what we just read. So it's a regurg. So let's go on from there to another one. I think we're going on to the last one, by the way. I'll send the link again. I think that might well be all the news we have. So I'll send the link again. Anyone that wants to hop on. Let me send the link again. Anybody else? Who is Choma, man? Don't wind me up. Who is Shegun Shomi? Look at this girl. It says President Bola Tinubu's trip to South. This is really the outtakes again from all these trips that Tinubu has been embarked on. President Bola Tinubu's trip to South Africa was centered around advancing Nigeria's economic and diplomatic interest, particularly in areas of trade, investment, and continental collaboration. Here are some of the benefits Nigeria gained from the visit. So, Nigeria and South Africa agreed to finalize a 5-year-old MOU on early warning mechanism. I'm not quite sure what that means. A warning against what? Nigeria and South Africa enacted Joint Advisory Council to foster trade and investment. Nigeria and South Africa to collaborate on critical minerals. So they are also, especially lithium. Everybody's after lithium. That was the deal that Elon Musk came to Nigeria under the Buhari administration, and the minister rather of mineral resources then, to his eternal credit, he said, look, you are not going to extract anything from this country. If you want lithium, come and build a plant here and process the whole thing, and then you can export. And that was where they left the conversation. But certainly, because the whole world is going green, and the power for green is lithium. And as always, as everything that drives the world, Nigeria has it in abundance. Nigeria, South Africa to collaborate on critical minerals, especially lithium, for electric vehicle production. South Africa and Nigeria agreed to simplify visa process, which will enable, so I think we've covered that one in previous sessions. So Nigeria and South Africa agreed to simplify visa process, which will enable the two countries to exchange workforce and resources without constraints. Nigeria and South Africa finally operationalized the Joint Ministerial Advisory Council on Industry, Trade, and Investment to enhance economic cooperation between the two leading African economies. So I'm not quite sure that there's any big ticket items there. So no significant big tickets items there, I wouldn't say. Let me see. No significant big ticket item. Let me give you another. I'll only give you this as a headline, actually, because we don't want to over-label that that Babalola narrative. Have anybody noticed how Naira is appreciating against the dollar, by the way, quite aggressively, in fact, I hope nobody is losing money. I hope you're all making money off the back of it. Farotimi'S book, Destroyed Reputation, I Labored to Build. This is Afe Babalola. So this is why then he's not going to let it go, Yeah, the founder, I think we've done enough Babalola, whatnot. Let me give you this one. Central Bank of Nigeria CBN unveils guideline on electronic foreign exchange matching system to ensure transparency, fairness, and compliance in FX trading. Minimum tradable amount set at $100,000. So a lot of people speculating that this is what is driving the improvement in the naira. So anybody that has an understanding of that, come explain. Let me send the link. I'll play the Kegite music, and then we see who turns up. We need people to. If you are turning up, please turn up with something that you'd like to discuss. As you can see, there's not an abundance of anything to, but yeah, turn up with the present.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Oh, all right, there it is, right there. Let me bring you this. Let me bring you this one as well. Waiting for people to join us. 5 Igbo-speaking countries you might not know. So I never. Oh God. Okay. So well, somebody sent me this. 5 Igbo-speaking countries you might not know. Over 40 million people speak the Igbo language. The Igbo people are primarily found in the southeast of Nigeria. But there are other Igbo-speaking countries. Before colonialism, the Igbos referred to themselves as Indigbo. The language is classified under the Kwa subgroup of the Niger-Congo language family. Different dialects are well recognized and used in text. Check out the Igbo-speaking countries apart from Nigeria, Barbados. So I thought it was going to be a serious thing, but there it is, Barbados. Barbados is an island in the West Indies, close to North America. I'm now curious to find out why and how Barbados is an Igbo-speaking country. Barbados is an island country in the West Indies, close to North America and north of South America. Barbados combines Portuguese, British, Indian, and West African cultures. The people are officially called Barbadians. The country has a nickname called Bim, which originates from the Igbo language Bimu, meaning my people, right? You know, so it's those sort of narratives. You know, remember when we went to that phase, they say there's some Igbo words in the Bible, sort of. I think this is in that realm. This is in that realm. So there it is. Cuba is also an island. So how is Cuba here? It is the third most populous country in the Caribbean after Dominican Republic and Haiti. For centuries, different languages have been merged in Cuba to form cultural practices that can also be linked to the Igbo ancestry. The Igbo language has a significant influence on Afro-Cuban religious practices, especially in Abakwa society. So Jamaica, Equatorial Guinea, and Cameroon. So as you can discount Jamaica, Cuba, and Barbados, certainly, but maybe there's an argument for Equatorial Guinea. Let's see. Equatorial Guinea is a country in Central Africa. In this country, Igbo is a regional language spoken by over 40,000 people. So that 40,000 people does not make an... you see, this is the thing now, and you say you don't want to laugh at... The Igbo people reside mainly in Biako Island of Equatorial Guinea. The country is quite close to southeastern Nigeria, which makes it easy for the Igbos to migrate. So it's not indigenous, but economic migrants there. Cameroon is also in the Central Africa, in Central Africa, and shares a border with Nigeria. Igbo started migrating to Cameroon. I thought there were indigenous Igbos actually in Cameroon who call themselves Ambazonians. I thought the Ambazonians were of Igbo stock. That's always been my belief. Cameroon is also so it's just a bit of a... I thought there was more to it actually. I thought it was a serious thing, but alas, just a comical whatnot. So a comical whatnot. We have Thomas here, we have Ogbeni here, so we have somewhat of a session. So we kick it off with Ogbeni and then we see how where it goes. Ogbeni, good to have you. Ogbeni to the rescue.
I slept off yesterday.
You slept off yesterday. It's just as well you slept off. Pastor spent the... eventually, I had to excuse him. He just spent the whole time slaughtering you. He said that Ogbeni, who is a farmer, claims to be a lawyer. He doesn't know something. He's not even in America.
I've listened
there was a Jimmy that came on to debunk you as well, actually.
The man that came for the first time, it would have been a prayer to engage that man. You know, I could see his innocence, and I think I believe he's a lawyer, but he confessed that he's not practicing in any way.
No, I think he's giving it up to do the American guru.
I works in IT and everything, so I can excuse his understanding, his level of understanding about these things. Work. Good to have you, woman. I greet everyone, all our listeners and audience. Please like and share, then subscribe. So, Omar, where do you want to start from? I wish to start with Afe Babalola, but this time around, not Farotimi or whatever Farotimi.
Yes, he has come out to say that the only thing that releases Farotimi is if and when he's able to prove what he has started in that book in court. So I think he's going the whole hog.
I've said it now. So an old man, if you listen to the interview with GT Ogunye today on channels with the same Okinbaloye, it's Okinbaloye that is pushing all these people to trouble.
One man, good Ogbeni, please. Good evening. Yes. Sorry for coming too early here.
Oh,
yeah. How are you, my brother? How is family?
I'm okay. Fine.
Yeah, good. Do you know that? Let me please. You know, I am not Dele Farotimi'S fan in any way, even though he's a real bad guy. He speaks so much out of his brain. But let me play some devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
Let's just say maybe there are some things Farotimi we knew about Afe Babalola that he can't prove. Don't you think in that aspect?
It's possible.
You know some things. Sometimes you know some things, but it's on name. You can't prove it.
Yeah, but if you can't prove it, then you can't say it now. If you can't prove it, you can't say it. Those are the golden. Abi or Ogbeni.
Yes, now. So this is the way this is the way if you have it in your head, it could be your assumptions. Because if you are saying you're knowing something, you see the way to prove in court. There are several ways to prove in court. It's not a one jacket thing. For instance, when you talk about evidence in court, we prove things through evidence. And there are different types. It could be documentary. Let me give you an instance. If you are saying Afe Babalola compromised Supreme Court justices, it's simple. you could adduce documentary evidence to show that were there monies, exchange of monies, through which accounts? Possibly you're trying to say that, okay, let's trace this account. First bank account from XYZ moves to Justice ABC. Simple way to prove. Okay, that's your documentary evidence. Or did you spot Afe Babalola in maybe one of these justices' son's birthday or so marriage or so gifting something out? And that is an assumption you want to connect and say, look, what happened around that time was that they got judgment here, and then see what happened. Those are the ways you could say, okay, put one or two things together. Look at what is happening here. Documentary evidence. It could be through video. It could be through paperwork to show. At the same time, it can be oral. For instance, if, let's say, there were 7 of them that sat as a panel in his case, and you're able to prove that one of them actually confessed to you that this was what transpired around that time. Fine.
Sorry, Ogwene, I beg your pardon. I had no intention of interrupting you, but somebody has just sent me now a written a public position taken by a press release. I'm not sure if you've seen this. This is coming from the chambers of Afe Babalola, responding to the situation as it stands. It says, Afe Babalola and Co. Press statement. Afe Babalola and Co. appreciates everyone who has telephoned, messaged, defended, and identified with us concerning the attempt by one Mr. Dele Farotimi to tarnish the hard-earned reputation which we have built over several decades. We acknowledge several concerns and suggestions on this subject and the inference that the firm and its members would be better served by ignoring these public falsehoods. However, if we do not take any action to correct the false, reckless, and malicious statements by this author, our silence will necessarily be interpreted as an admission of guilt. Afe Babalola and Co. is a law-abiding organization that operates strictly within the law. We are aware of the implications of the steps we are taking and the possibility of spin and manipulation by this author, his acolytes, uninformed members of the public, and others who like his view, and others who, like him, view us maliciously. Still, we are convinced that the legal steps we take now and in the future are the only way to address the falsity of the author's allegations and hold him to account for this deliberate assault on the integrity and reputation of our founder, Aare Afe Babalola, OFR, CFR, SAN, LLD, has built and passed on to us over the past 7 decades using nothing but hard work, legal knowledge, and trenchant advocacy. Hold on, just a little bit more. The Constitution recognizes fundamental human rights, and our firm has championed this right over 60 years of its existence. However, these rights are not absolute. The freedom to speak is not the freedom from consequences of speech, and the subject of speech also has a fundamental right to hold the speaker accountable using lawful means. Since the matter is sub judice, we do not intend to join issues in the media on the merit of our complaint or the strength of evidence against Mr. Farotimi. Unlike him, we believe in the justice delivery system every time, not only when it favors us. In 6 decades of litigating cases across Nigeria, we have encountered several lawyers who prevailed against us in court. Their existence disproves Mr. Farotimi's wild accusation and indicates that at the end of this process, only the law will matter, not media tactic or street yelling. So that it was that last bit that I wanted to land on, not media tactic or street yelling. So there it is. The gloves are off, or when the gloves are off.
I've seen this letter. I've seen this press statement, Omar. So and I like what the Afe Babalola law firm. I love what they're doing. So what they are doing is that they are, and by the way, that is what they are known for. Okay, is that they are facing the law as it is. If the law says we can charge this guy for criminal offense, then they petition the police, they push that petition through, and regardless of what is happening in the media, they are pushing their way through. They've amended their charge today, they've increased the numbers of counts, and they've eloquently put all what they think is his offense. Let him come out and defend himself. But like General Thomas asked, I was trying to explain the kind of evidence you'll be expecting. So it won't be, we won't excuse him by saying, oh, I know it happened, but I cannot prove it. How can you say you know what happened, but you cannot prove it? But you were very categorical, you were very assertive, and you even dare them. You were not using innuendos, you were not assuming, you were categorical as to, you know, this happened, and I dare them because I will open Kanka once they will see this, then it is time for him to come and prove. For now, it's still in detention, so we can say, okay, he has not had his time, but I believe he's going to have his day in court. He will be coming from Lagos down to Ekiti to have his day in court. I expect him. I know the first thing they want to do is to quash that charge. They will bring a lot of grants, preliminary grants, which technicalities, which then themselves, most all the time they will tell technicality is killing the law, but they will start using it now. Just wait and see. They will tell you first that Ekiti State Court or High Court or Magistrate Court lacks jurisdiction to try that matter. Wait for it. That's the first thing they're going to do. And by the way, the person that came here today was saying that Farotimi predicted what will happen to him. I just laughed. Is he a prophet? What is he predicting? It's very simple. You are here on the face of earth. You know heaven is real, hell is real. You're committing sin. You can clearly tell where you're going to. It's not a matter of when you're predicting, because you know the consequences of what you're doing. You're a lawyer. You know what will happen. You know what you have done. So if and you're aware that there was a charge filed against you. So if you call a press release and you told them what will happen to you, you're not predicting anything. You're simply let them know that I've committed this, and something is going to happen to me. And you think media, you could use media and use all your obedient gangs and everything to gang against them and bully them the way they bullied Femi Falana to silence on his own defamation matter. You're not going to do that to Afe Babalola now, because this is an old man that has a reputation and a legacy to defend. That's the way I see it. So, General Thomas, there are so many ways you can prove: documentary evidence, horror evidence, real evidence. Somebody who can, in law, they say, somebody who has seen it, somebody who has heard it, somebody who has tasted it, someone has touched it. So these are all ways you can prove. So, but if you don't have any of these, assumption is not going to avail him to say that, okay, I put one or two things together, because I don't want to prejudge, but this is what I think has happened. Like I've always been saying here, Farotimi does not have a serious law practice. That's for sure. If you listen to GT Ogunye today, you understand those who are practicing. You know, and I've said it here severally before. I can't overemphasize it. Practicing lawyers has this way in which you are cautioned when you talk. Why? Because you've seen law in action. You've seen people being sentenced to prison. You've seen people being sentenced to death for death penalty. You've seen law in action. So in most cases, even when we are advising practicing lawyer, you won't even advise your client categorical. We're not assertive about even advising client, because you know that you're handling a case. That case can tilt anywhere. Anything can happen to your case along the line. Evidence that you think is strong, by the time the defense bring their own evidence, you realize that this evidence is not actually really strong. It's like a puzzle, you know. It's like this game people play shares. That's the way law practice is. It's like a shares. You play me, I'm overplaying you, game out. these are the things you do. And so, but the way I see for to me was that, okay, you handle the case, you happen to be on the other side, and the whole you thought you will win the case, but you lost the case. Fine, if you lose the case, you now have the assumption. And let me tell you, there are so many lawyers like that. We know them in practice. We've been meeting many of them. Once they lose a case, they believe that you have bribed a judge. And that's why most of people say judiciary is corrupt. I ask people. I have related with judges. I've been in this game, in this business for a while. I know judges who are incorruptible. There are more than those who are corruptible in Nigeria today. This gang name or group naming everybody as corrupt, it's telling on those ones who are not corrupt. When you just pick the entire judiciary and you say you are corrupt, it's as good as saying all Nigerians are corrupt. Not all Nigerians. We have Nigerians who are incorruptible. We have Nigerians who are forthright. But when you class everybody together in that bracket, you're more like discouraging those ones who are not corrupt, those ones who are okay, those ones who are fighting to have their head raised. That's the way I see this corrupt judiciary thing that everybody keeps saying. So, but there are judges who are not. So those ones who are not, then you should allow them, give them their own space too. So when you re-roll everybody and say, oh, Afe Babalola is this, Afe Babalola, bring your evidence. If you know you don't have evidence, take time to gather evidence. Maybe you said the man is so corrupt that there is hardly any case he will handle that will not corrupt it. Then take your time. Take your time. Say you people are everywhere now. Obedient are everywhere. You've infiltrated all the system and everywhere. You find yourself in Supreme Court. Find yourself anywhere. You are LA to judges. You are take your time and then bring out facts. Bring out fact. Bring out intent. After all, when you were handling all your obedient case, you were bringing somebody from Amazon. Bring this for this. So it means that you have the network to gather your.
Ogbeni, sorry. Have you saw the petition people are going? The protest people are going on the 10th. It's flying on internet everywhere. One man, did you saw it?
I've seen
Yeah.
it. I've seen
You've
it.
seen
I've
it.
seen
Yeah.
Yes, we flashed it up here.
The Showarez, all of them doing they want to do protest. The first question you ask yourself is that what is the purpose of the protest? Is the protest saying the court should just release him, then you should go home in peace? Is the protest saying that is that the way judicially run? Particularly those ones in diaspora that are going to London. Is that the way courts run in UK where they are staying? Is that the way courts run in Australia? Is that the way courts run in the United States of America? That's the first question you ask them. So if they pick somebody who has been alleged of committing crime in the UK, then you now organize protest and ask the Westminster Court to release the person. Is that the way it works in the country where they live? Is that the way it works in the US where Showarez live? So, but you know all these shenanigans, they have this temerity to do it in our space, and we keep watching. And that is why I seriously hope Dele Farotimi'S could be made a scapegoat, and I hope more others will follow suit. Aisha Yusuf, the loud-mouthed woman that can talk anyhow, all of them, because yes, we want to sanitize our system, but not to a ridiculous extent where you drag everybody in one bracket and you just name call everybody. Why? Because you have your way. That's the way I see it. So I've seen the protest. I don't know what exactly do they want to achieve with the protest.
There's also this one as well, which I'm sure you are aware of. That space is now starting to retract some of his more aggressive words. The apology, the public apology by Deji Adeyanju.
This base university lawyer. I don't rate this guy as that much.
Not that he's a lawyer or anything, but he has moved very quickly to start to make amends for all the wild assertions that he has made.
It's good for me. It's good. It's good for our system. Whoever has the fame should forgive him, and he shouldn't do it again. I think Afe Babalola is setting a good example for us, and it's also showing that no amount of cyberbullying, no amount of a media mob no amount of pressure from the media or cancel culture being peddled would stop him from finding
I mean, who is going to bully a 95-year-old man on the internet? Does he even know that anything called the
does
internet
he
exists?
even go to internet to check anything?
Who is going to bully a 95-year-old man on the internet? He doesn't care.
That's the way I see it too. So I think he's the one that can do this for now, and he's pushing through. He's an old man. He should push through and teach the man a lesson. That's the way I see it, one man. And
sorry, Mama, but
Yeah.
Ogbeni, don't you think Baba should undo tamper justice with mercy? Let me use your own acronyms on Dele Farotimi'S as a colleague.
I don't think so. The reason is this. You see, that book is there. That book will outlive two of them. The outcome of this case also will outlive two of them. Now, let's assume Baba say, okay, I tamper mercy with justice. Okay, go home in peace. In the next 10 years or 20 years, probably after they've all gone, let me tell you, people will start changing the story and say, oh, it was plea bargaining. They settled out of court because Baba knew that what Farotimi wrote in his book was right. We've seen a lot of stories being twisted like that. Look at Obafemi Awolowo. If not because Obafemi Awolowo wrote, what's the title of this book? There was this book. I'll get it along now. Okay. If not because of Obafemi Awolowo wrote that book. You see these lies of Obafemi Awolowo advising Nigerian government and Nigerian government paying £20 to every Biafran, You know, they still peddle that story to date. Till I speak now, they still continue peddling that story.
Yeah, but sorry, when that's exactly the point, though. Irrespective of what happens in the court in Ekiti, irrespective of whatever punitive measures are leveled against Farotimi, 20 years from now, that book is still in circulation. Because it's everywhere now, so the damage is done.
One man is very simple. If you know Chief Afe Babalola very well, it's also a writer. He writes book. Go and check his book now. He has so many books. His life history, his days of practice, his practice during Obasanjo era, the case he handled for Aare Afe Babalola. He has so many books too. You know, he's aware of that. It's just like the way Awolowo also wrote books. If not because Awolowo wrote books, many of the things they peddle against Awolowo, particularly from the Biafra perspective, we wouldn't have find something to refer to a source that correct all those false stories. So I expect Afe Babalola after this whole thing has settled, and I think that's why I has gone that criminal path too, which is quicker. You see, GT Ogunyi also referred to it today. He mentioned a case of Awolowo. The Awolowo sued, I think it was Daily Sketch or something like that. One of these
no, Concord newspaper.
Was it Concord? Concord? Yes. National Concord. Yes, National Concord. That he sued National Concord during his own time because National Concord was being used by Shagari to malign Awolowo. But that unfortunately, Awolowo died in 1987, and that case died naturally. So if you want to, in fact, the only thing you can even use in that is that, okay, Awolowo sued. That's the best story you can tell. But did Awolowo find it to a logical conclusion? No. So today, anybody can pick it and still use that defamatory thing against Awolowo. So, but I think Baba, at his ripe age, felt, look, posterity will not, write me well if I don't find a quicker means to deal with this issue. And the best way is to deal with it through criminal means. And I seriously believe that they are still calling me to going to sue Farotimi civil, because the point is this: you can go both ways, and that's why the lawyer that came yesterday, I'm not sure. I think he has lost touch with all these things. You can go both ways. Probably the exam they gave them during the law school that I was talking about is whether you can go both ways or single way, and it's a bit tricky, but you can go both ways. So I still expect Baba and others.
Sorry, question, please. Yeah. Did their suit attract any compensation, monetary aspect?
No. This is purely criminal. And when people keep saying, let me enlighten people a bit. When people keep saying this is just an issue between two people, why are they saying it's criminal? Why are they saying criminal? Excuse me. Do you know the definition of a crime? The definition of the crime, when they say it's a crime against the state, it's not only when it offends the state. It's to maintain public and order. When your action distorts the peace and order, which is the paramount duty of a government, of a state, you already breach what the state stands for. Let me give you an instance. Stealing. Is stealing really against a state? The answer is no. You are stealing a particular man's property. If you steal my property, why is it a crime? Easily anybody can say, it's just between two men now. Mr. A stole Mr. B's pencil. So why is it a crime? But it's a crime because the law says it's a crime. Because if the law allows everybody to be stealing, there will be disorder in the society. That is why the law says it's a crime. Look at rape. Why is rape a crime? After all, you've not committed anything against the state. You simply committed something against another person. But the law make it a crime because they believe if you allow everybody to keep raping, then there will be disorder in the society. That's the same thing with defamation. So when you say I've written something and he has brought somebody, injure somebody or injure somebody's name, you say, why is it a crime? It's a relationship between two people now. Maybe it's just the other person that should sue. Look at you.
This matter dates back as far back as 2013. By the way, this judgment that yeah. So why has he left it till this? Why is he left? Because I think he was waiting for the man to age sufficiently not to be able to put up a sufficient enough of a fight.
I've told you that I was personally involved in part of that matter. I won't say more than that. Personally involved. Okay. Probably with time, when they start rolling out some document, probably you will start seeing my name in some of those documents. All right. One man, lawyers win case and lose cases on a daily basis. Even Afe Babalola, they lose cases. They don't win all their cases. They go on appeal.
No. My question is, why has Dele Farotimi'S waited this long? Was he waiting for Aare Afe Babalola to age sufficiently so that there will be no fight left in him?
No, I think it's let me tell you, Dele Farotimi'S was not that popular until Peter Obi came to the show. Okay, you remember he wasn't that popular. Yeah, it was doing his own.
I never even really knew him, to be honest. It was Peter Obi that gave him a name.
It was Twitter that gave him that platform. So it was that thing that enters his head. Now he's popular. Now he believes he can speak it. He can tell his story. Do you get it? Now I can tell my story. Now I'm popular. After all, I'm always on Arise on a weekly basis, daily. I'm always on social platform. Dr. Shidi will invite me. This person will invite me. Shore is my friend. So now I have the obedience, which is a very good chunk of the youth in my favor. So let me tell my story. And what has always been his story? His story has always been Nigeria is dead, Nigeria is gone. We have to do something alternatively. Being lawful in an unlawful place is not the way forward. Read all these rhetorics. His rhetorics has always been Nigeria is dead.
Nigeria is a jungle. Nigeria is a jungle.
Bad is mad. Everything is destroyed with all his.
I've always found him depressing to listen to. It doesn't even give any give at all. It's just hit, and then you think this is the same Nigeria that has made him almost certainly a dollar billionaire. He lives a life of opulence in this space that is telling us is the den of iniquity.
Yes. So like the question you asked me, Roma, it wasn't that popular. It wasn't that known. No followership as such. Just like Yusuf and Aisha Yusuf too. It was Bring Back Our Guest that brought Aisha Yusuf out. Who knew? No, nobody now. But Bring Back Our Guest, they just saw one woman that came out and started leading people, and everybody started following. The mob way of they started following her, and now she's popular too. She's also a social media influencer. Every day you see her doing live, and they're cashing out with the traffic. So same thing with, I think, Farotimi. Farotimi was never. I say I know this guy's office. One man, I used to go there. They do more of land matters and all this land thing in Lagos. My friend worked there. I used to sit outside there, this thing, waiting for my friend. We used to go home in the evening. I'll be eating corn. There's one woman that said corn around the place. I know it's obviously very. So wasn't that a popular man, okay, until Peter Obi came 2023, and now he believed that he's now popular. He wanted to sell his own story and wanted to narrate his own, experience of the rot in the judiciary. So the next thing he has to pick is one of the cases he has handled. He felt cheated in that case because he lost the case. So he falls in the category of all these bad losers who are lawyers. Once they lose a case in court, they start telling you that it's because you have bribed the judge. They start telling you it's because the judge hates them so much. They start telling you because of their tribe. I've seen some in Abuja. You handle a case against them, they lose. The next thing they'll start telling you is because they are so tribe. I won't mention the name of the tribe. It's because they are XYZ tribe. That's why they rule against them. But when you go back to the document they file, you can't reconcile it even with what they speak on the TV. It will be so terse that you won't even imagine a lawyer writing some of their documents. But when they come to the TV, you see them speaking so finely, you feel, they are the best lawyer. But it doesn't show in their documents. That's the way I see some of them. And when they lose a case, then they start making noise again. They'll be the first to go before camera. Once they are leaving court like this, they'll be looking for where is Arise, where is Channel, where they want to talk by all means, because that's where they get their clients from. So that's the way I see this thing, one man. And so my clarification on what is a crime, people should just get that right. When you say a crime is just between two men, yes, every crime is like that, except treason. Except treason felony where you're taking gun against the state. Just try and look through all crime. Theft is somebody's things you are stealing is somebody's thing you're taking. Rape is somebody's you're touching. Every crime, look at it, round. It's between two people. But because our law says crime, there is crime. Then if you want to change our law, not because of one case, you can go and push it. FEMFARA and others that have been saying defamation should not be a crime. They should go to National Assembly to go and push the bill now. Not because it affects Farotimi now. And I like what Baba raised yesterday. In Dele speak, he's still in detention to date on this same provision of defamation. Why did they all keep quiet during Dele? And they are not saying anything, no noise. All of them, all the emergency activists we have in Nigeria, they are not making noise. They are not saying the provision is not good. In fact, many of those obedient were very happy. Ijele is gone, don't mind him, because he will always attack their master. But now, the same law is cashing Farotimi. All hell loose. Everybody is saying that provision is archaic. Why would we have defamation as a crime? It's going to impede freedom of speech. I call it selective righteousness. And the Bible says only righteousness exalts a nation. Sin is a reproach. We have to have a common standard, not because of who is involved. Okay? So that's that on that. I would like to touch, I don't want to be speaking all this affair every time. Let me touch.
Yes, please. Let's move it. But I was just looking through the news and I couldn't get past Afe Baba. When I'm talking about the trade relationship between South Africa and Nigeria, then that tells you there's nothing in the news. So I did say anybody come in, bring a bottle because carry on.
Oma, I saw one thing you play about Afe Babalola handling case for NNPC.
Yes.
Ogbeni, sorry, please, before you move on. You are a lawyer practicing in Nigeria, so you can educate me if I'm wrong. I've heard that sometimes you have a good case, you should be the one winning in the court. But what you present to the judge will determine how you're going to win the case. Is it right? Am I right saying that? I've heard that so many from the lawyer, that is what you present to the judge that will determine the winning of your case. Yeah, thank you.
So, yes, General Thomas. See, I've told you that practice or a case is like a chess game. And that is why a serious practicing lawyer cannot advise you categorically what the outcome of your case may actually be. Okay? The same way it happens in advanced jurisdiction, the so-called advanced jurisdiction like UK and others, is the same way we have it in Nigeria. Now, what do I mean? First, if you have a case, first it depends on the judge. I tell people, judges have their ideologies. It's the same thing with the Western world too. There are judges that have ideologies. For instance, in the Supreme Court of US today now, there are some conservative justices there who, if you have a case that involves abortion, for instance, before them, you know what their position is on abortion. So when you come and you find that's a case, you may want to have a rethink of the kind of argument you're going to canvass before them, because you know they have their own ideology of what they think the law on abortion, the law on euthanasia, the law on all these woke subjects. The same way you have in Nigeria. There are some judges, you go before them, you have some certain cases, their disposition about those cases may not be in a tune with your with your position. That is one. Another factor that affects the success of your case is your presentation, and it starts with your pleadings. That is the document, the first document the court is going to see is your pleadings. Meaning, you make your case in a written form. Before you even appear before them, the first thing you do your pleadings. So you are saying, this happened after this happened after this happened after this. Fine. If you don't position your pleading very well, if you have a defendant who is very good in drafting their pleadings, and by the way, you see many of those lawyers that you see them on media every day, particularly those who are going to mainstream media every day, I'm sorry to say, many of them don't take their time to go and sit down and learn drafting very well pleadings. They waste their time jumping from one TV station to the other. And it reflects so much in their practice. Because in most cases are won right from your chambers when you're doing your pleadings. There are some things you won't mention in your pleadings because you know it's a weakness to your case. But many of them, because they want to do like student union, their student union activism and politics, they put everything, including even swearing and yearning and everything in their pleadings. Already you have biased the mind of that judge against you. It shows you don't know what you're doing. Now, when you're done with your pleadings, another factor that can affect your case is evidence. I've seen cases where you ask clients, after you have filed your case and you have started, now come and put evidence. Some evidence they told you are available before, you realize they are not really available. In fact, sometimes at that point you realize that they don't even have anything. They're just telling lies all this while. What do you want to do? You still go and push the case further. But you know that you will lose the case because they don't have. Some, they are being frustrated. Okay? Maybe from where to get it. Maybe from, a lot of things happen also among clients too. So that also can make you to lose your case. Another factor is witnesses, because you need witnesses to prove your case. If it's not basically only documentary. So you need people to come and speak to those documents that you are dropping. Sometimes when they get to court, they fumble. When they are on the heat of cross-examination and the other party is cross-examining them, they start saying things they're not supposed to say. I've once had a client, a company, and the witness was one deeper life man like that. I put the guy in the witness box. The guy started saying direct opposite of why I brought him to court to come and say. And at that point, I can't withdraw him because the other party has started cross-examining.
Are you allowed to coach them? Do you coach them? Is that allowed?
Not coach, but you have to have a brief with the witness you are bringing to court. That is the standard everywhere in the world. You must meet them. You must let them know this is what this case is about. Then you try to know what exactly is their role, and then let them understand how the procedure works in court, because not every one of them has gone to court before. So you let them know when they call you, this is what you do. Then let them know limit to what they should say, because sometimes the other lawyer may want to probe and get some things that ordinarily you shouldn't say. So if it gets to that stage, then limit what you should say to this case alone. Don't start going haywire. You know those things. Those are the things you try to put them through, but not to coach them as to what they must say by all means. That's unprofessional. Okay. So I've seen you came to court and start speaking against my case. What can you do? You wait there, you see, and you try to bring another witness to pass your case up. You may lose that case, you may win. If you lose, you go up. And lastly, which I think that can affect your case, is corruption, which we can't shy away. We can't shy our way. I'll try to be blind against it. Yes, some judges are corrupt. Even when you have the best of your cases there before them, they are so corrupt that they will collect money and get case against you. What I keep telling people is, if you have a good case and you present your case well, if the judge one is corrupt at the High Court, if you go to Court of Appeal, there are 3 justices there. If you don't get it there, you go to Supreme Court, there are 5 or 7 there. Okay, so you can corrupt all of them. If it is in a high, how do I put it, politicized case, not all cases are that highly politicized. If it's highly politicized, there is every possibility that they will still find their way even to the Supreme Court. And that is the problem we have in our judiciary that everybody should be speaking about. And for me, I keep saying it starts from the recruitment. How do we recruit our judges? It's shrouded in secrecy. They should make it open. What's the qualification? Who are the people you are recruiting? Do you subject them to public scrutiny? Do you subject them to scrutiny within the professionals? Let us scrutinize who we are appointing. Don't just appoint anyone and put there. So for me, I think the Bible says, if the foundation is weak, what can the righteous do? That's the way I see it. So we see something that is so bad on the tree, but how about the root? So me, I think the problem is about our recruitment. The next thing is about the welfare of the judges. I'll be close to some of the judges.
Yeah, but they are trying to do something about the welfare of the judges at the moment, and everybody they are giving it a political slant that.
But they are giving a political coloration. That's the problem I have again. When TINUBU started saying, okay, let's increase these judges more. Oh, he's settling them so that they can give him. So what exactly do we want? And that's why I keep saying, don't think people criticizing are just they love Nigeria. No, some of them are just sadists. They don't.
They're not sadists. It's politics, isn't it? You know what I think these people are doing is they don't want to give even one single inch to anything good that this government may have done, and they want to build that all the way to 2027, so that they want to take the government into 2027 on a negative, so they don't want anything, but the positives are starting to come out, so it'll be a real struggle for them to continue on that trajectory.
So that's my point. So all these things, all these factors actually affect our judiciary and the byproduct of what we are getting, the outcome we are getting from our judiciary. But one thing I would like to say here is it's an institution. It's just like the military institution. Soldiers go, soldiers come. So, and that's why I think it's from recruitment. If your military will start recruiting good ones and we start flushing out the old one, a time will come when we'll be able to have majority who are good in the system. But if we are not addressing that, and the only thing we can do is just to be railroading. Let me ask you a question. Let me tell you something, and I will close by that. I was watching either Laulu Akande. I think it was Laulu Akande. Laulu Akande interviewed Aisha Yesufu and Showore together. I don't know if you watch it. He interviewed 2 of them.
No, that would be the last thing I'll ever want to watch. They'll say the same thing. What can possibly come out of that? Nothing of meaning will ever come out of that. And then we will burn it down, and they're all crooks. And then we protest. It's just gibberish nonsense. What can come out of those? Anyway, carry on.
I still pick sense, from them. But by the way, he interviewed them, and then at a point in time, he threw one question to them. He said, 2 of you have been talking about judiciary all this while, and you say judiciary is this and that. Assuming you find yourself in government, tell me how. Because Laulu also has been in government before. I think it was SA to Oshimbaji also.
Yes.
SA at the point then. He said, tell me how.
I think it was SA for the whole of the tenure, wasn't it? For
tenure.
Yeah.
So he asked, tell me how do you want to reform the judiciary in Nigeria? How? Tell me, what's your blueprint?
Thank you for that. All of Showore's narratives, that question that Laulu asked him right there is the question I was hopeful to ask him, because there was a time I was really pushing hard for him to come on here, but he keeps ducking and diving me. He's probably listening to us now. And I said to him that, look, it's very easy for you to go to all these hug and kisses places where you go there like some sort of returning hero from the war and they all wrap around you. But come to a space where you are interrogated. You know, yes, don't go and preach to the converted where they are all, you know, throwing flower petals at you. You know, but yes, you know, but he buckled that. But that question is the question that I was looking to have conversations with him around. How are you? Because it's very easy for him to say all this. He knows he's never go. Even in his best moment when he wakes up at the brightest side of the bed and all of the elements align, there's never a moment in time that he ever imagined that he will be president of Nigeria. So it's very easy for him to be saying all these vacuous things. But that's the question that people should ask him. How are you going to do all these silly things you say?
Woman, you need to go and watch that. You know, I watch Channel. Channel is my TV. I watch Channel a lot. Channel, I watch Channel, I watch Al Jazeera, I watch Press TV. Then once in a while, maybe BBC and CNN. Woman, Laola Kande asked him that question clearly. And I think it was even a shock to him because Laola has been following them, you know, the old Nigeria is bad, this is good, Paulu was following them. He just paused at a point in time and then asked them straight, how? Tell me. And he told them, don't tell me all this. Give me the blueprint. What's your blueprint? Where do we start from? Do you know Shore can answer that question? Almost 10 minutes, Laolu kept pressing. Shore would try, would go back to it and say, how?
Did you not say, I will turn Nigeria to construction site?
He was just saying that.
Empty-headed nonsense.
The guy was just saying there's nothing even to reform. The old judiciary is corrupt. The old judiciary is bad. It's gone. Is this nothing to reform? The guy said, okay.
So then what do you do about? So if you say the whole judiciary is then you have to shut it all down.
To shut down.
You know, because if you say you see that's the thing now. You know that's the thing. The whole judiciary is corrupt. So you have to shut it down. Then what happens next?
That's why I said it's just a sadistic crusade, sadistic movement. They will never find good in the institution. And they will never think deep on how do you reform the institution. Their own is that the institution is dead, then it is dead. Final, period. That's why it stops. Look at it.
Hold on. When Bosky, stay there. I'll come to you next. Apologies to everyone else. I asked for a new voice to come on. I think Bosky came on. So after Ogbeni, because Ogbeni, everybody enjoys it, and I'm sure you are as well. After, stay there. We want to hear your politics. Carry on, Ogbeni.
Okay, and you know, after that, they asked Aisha Yesu. Aisha Yesu also could not say anything. Just say everything is dead, everything is gone. What is even there to reform again and things like that? And I laughed. I asked one of my younger brother was me. I said, look, because my younger brother is obedient. I said, come on, you see your people here now. I said on our platform, on one man platform. I asked the same question that one man called Baba Janle. I said, look, you like Showore? Has Showore show you any blueprint of the constitution he has drafted to replace the 1999 one that I always destroyed? I said, Baba Janle can answer me.
He will write a new constitution, a people's constitution, and he will subject it to the vote. And then if demand, you know what I found most laughable when they had their days of rage or whatever it is they did a few months ago when they were burning down Kano and no. A part of the demand was to release Nnamdi Kanu and to jettison the constitution, to change, and they said they would not stop until. How is that even a feasible to jettison the constitution? Want a unicameral or something, and these are demands categorical, not movable. If you don't do it, we won't stop rioting. So that's not a functioning mindset, is it?
So, Mama, I'll stop here so that we can have the new.
Oh, all right, but stay there.
Give me 1 minute to add to Ogbeni submission. You see, yesterday, my submission yesterday, I compare. It is the same thing with GT today at the channel stream TV because I equally watched the program live too. Yesterday, I said why Afe Babalola was so annoyed and acted the way he did was that because Dele Farotimi'S, in all his the way he speak, the way he talk, and that publication, that he never at once acted and behaved like a real lawyer. He do speak, talk like a King Pansat of this world. I know King Pansat will take me on. You see, and I equally compare it to the way OBJ reacted to Emir Mustafa Jokolo. I said because it was not when all the emirs, when they were doing their meeting, that OBJ was against the North, blah blah blah. He did, but until it goes to the turn of Jokolo being a vice chairman of the Northern Emir, that it was also that how can a major or somebody that was major when he was a general, and then with him ask them to be removed and they banish him to Jalingo up to today. So you could see, and that was what GT even laid emphasis on, that even as him as a lawyer, that when it comes to the area of that, say that they normally tread with cautions, that they normally conscious of of their languages. But if you deliver it to me, whatever he will just say, well, as if he never even gone to law school. That is my submission.
All right, brilliant. I'll come to you later to have an even more expansive space, but I'm really keen to hear what our boss is. Yeah.
I think somebody asked me a question, and the person has been pressing. Answer my question. Answer my question.
Who's that question? Who's that?
I don't know.
I'll look for the question and I'll tie it so I'll bring it back.
Yeah, no, he asked me to mention one or two cases that I've handled.
That you can go and research. I saw that. Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, you can go and check me. I think at the height of my practice, I was part of Atiku against PDP. Atiku against PDP was when Obasanjo removed Atiku as the vice president. I was part of the team. You see my name number 3 on that case law that restored Atiku as vice president of Nigeria. I was in Rauf against Oyinlola. We were the one who removed Oyinlola from office.
That's Rauf Aregbesola.
Yes, I was in Oshiomhole against Osumbo. We were the one who removed Osumbo. I was in FRN and Bafarawa, to mention few. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So don't you dare question the credentials of Ogbeni. But Bosky, so let's hear from you. You're new here, and we always keen to hear new voices. So Bosky, the floor is yours. Come into the conversation at whichever entry point you'd like. Bosky. Look at that. And then it goes and drops. Look at this guy. After all that, clearing the deck for you. Look at this guy. All right, let's go to Adewale. So Adewale, good to have you. We're still with the Farotimi'S, Aare Afe Babalola space.
One man. Adewale doesn't speak so early. You know.
All right, let's go to Zita then.
No, you better not move to nobody.
No, I think it's at work. That's what I probably suspect.
Oh man, you better not move to nobody. I will sue all of you.
All right. So long as you employ Farotimi, then we're safe, because I don't think it's especially a good lawyer. But you know,
I would not even. I pray to God not to have a reason to employ such person in my life.
I want. It'd be interesting to actually go through his record to see how many cases he won, if any. You know, because it sounds like a serial loser, doesn't he? You know, even the candidate he back lost.
That would be very, very interesting to see how many briefs he had when he was practicing. But good to see you guys. I'll talk to you guys. It's another day, another beautiful day. So, but you know, it's unfortunate the dimension this thing has taken on
in our space, in our political space. You know, yesterday it just dawned on me that people are asking, okay, Afe Babalola shouldn't have reacted the way he reacted. One. Two, you shouldn't have even make noise about it because now the books is selling and everybody want to know what the man wrote in his book. Two. Three, he's a powerful man, he's connected to the power, so he's showing power play. Three, oh, he shouldn't have been arrested in Lagos. It should have been a civil case. Four, what is the four? Well, they need to release him. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I mean, why is society so biased in the way? Well, I wouldn't say the society. I think there are some group of people in Nigeria that are just one-sided, narrow-minded, that it's a one-way traffic. We've seen those who are not even as popular or as powerful as this individual been mentioned that has been, subjected to this kind of scenario in the past. And there wasn't much noise. So because this individual at one time or the other affiliate with Labour Party or some political group, so now it's untouchable. He must not be prosecuted. Oh, he's the most trustworthy person in the entire country. I found it a little bit insulting. Maybe people don't understand who they are tangled with. I hope their protest will not end up taking lives because Ekiti is not like Lagos. Ekiti is not like I thank God for Dele Farotimi'S. I think he's from Ondo State, not I think it's from Ondo State. I don't know. I'm just assuming here.
I thought
But
they said there was but they are equally as stubborn, aren't they? The Ekitis and the
yes.
Ondo.
Oh
So
yes.
yes, Agidipo.
Oh, yes. Oh yes. We are brothers. We have the same cultural training in a way. We don't back down. We hold our head high, but we don't cross the boundary, and we are respectful to elders. I listened to a man called GT Ogbuye on China's television. You could
Yes, I've got
tell,
the clip actually. It's just too long. That's why I didn't play it. I've
yeah,
got it right here. Yeah.
yeah, and it was very interesting. It was very objective, and
Sorry, Dewale. That GT guy, it didn't sound as though he was especially in favor of Dele Farotimi, and
no,
all of the leading voices, they don't care for what he has done. That is
no.
just.
I mean,
But Karen, sorry.
you can tell, except all these unknown lawyers that are the likes of Slate TV parading and condemning cherry picking version of the law and applying it to their favor. I mean, I'm not surprised. These are the same people that says the constitution was straightforward when it comes to third of the electoral vote that Abuja has to be taken.
Adewale, please, sorry. Look at this arrest. So civil. They didn't touch him. They didn't drag him. No, I don't know that police can be professional like this. Please go on. Sorry.
No, they said that when they arrived at the chamber, that the staffs, the domestic helps, and all of them were subjected to some form of harassment, which I believe the Lagos police, Nigerian police is known for. They can be intimidating at some point. And it's due to overzealous. Oh, we are connected to a guy, we are going to show. But the man himself, I don't think he will be subjected to some level of low level treatment that will be meted on just ordinary person. I mean, this is a known person that has a voice, correct? And it is always on the camera. But when I hear that adoption, are we not running a federal system? Is it not the same police force that we have? And I haven't seen where it's been even condemned, except those who are actually applying their own rule by saying, oh, you can't arrest somebody in Lagos and move the person to Ekiti. That's such harrowing transportation, means of transportation and traveling 4 hours. But we've seen people being arrested in Lagos, arrested in the south, southeast, south, being transported to Abuja, even though they're going to fly. Unfortunately, there's no airport where there's an airport, but there's no flight, in that route going to Ekiti. And I think people are also having this misconception that where is Ekiti now? So Ekiti is just a small, Ekiti shouldn't be the one being in controversy like this. But they're wrong in their assumption. They're wrong. A scorpion is very small but very deadly. And that is why such states packed when it comes to intellectual in Nigeria. You can't push Ekiti State on the side. As small as it is in geographical and population, they are strong and powerful, and that's why they don't usually come to national politics to embarrass themselves. And in this case, people have even forgotten that this man also have another similar case in Lagos that was attending to the one involving Elumelu. Okay, Elumelu has when I listened to this man called GT Ogunye, he was
What
very,
is
very.
the Lumelu angle? Because he is also in waiting that as soon as they release Farotimi, he'll have him picked up. What did he say about Tony Lumelu? That I think he said it was I saw a little clip of him saying something, but do you know what he said about Tony Lumelu?
No, I have no idea, but I heard that it was similar to defamation as well. But
Yes, the narrative was that why couldn't Tony Elumelu be the sort of Elon Musk to the that Elon Musk was to Trump to the Obi movement, and his commentaries it's not verbatim, but his commentaries broadly was that Tony Elumelu was part of the rot in the system as well, and he is not going to bite the hand that fits him. So that sort of commentary was what he said about Tony, who also has a petition waiting for him. That is the Rasta. He'll go grey very soon. You see how quickly he'll go grey.
Yeah. Well, he was going to have his day in the court, but the thing is this: if you look at the nitty-gritty, you don't. Something that I've learned in my this little short time on health is that you have to be very diplomatic, even though you are angry and you are hurt. There's some because they said only any loan. The word is like egg. Once it drops, it's scattered everywhere, and you can't put it together. And that is why we have to be measured.
Adewale, sorry, please. Let me seek your indulgence, please. Ogben, if you are listening, if maybe you come back after Adewale, if Dele Farotimi find guilty, what is the penalty? What is it, jail time, fine, or something? Yeah. Thank you. Adewale, go on.
Okay. Well, I think the lawyers will speak into that. As far as what I heard from the media, I can't confirm. I think it's like a 2 years jail time for it. I don't think there's option of fine for criminal libel. I mean, defamation. I'm not so sure.
What would you like to? What would you like to see, Dewale? What would you like to see as a consequence of this?
Listen, I am not.
Would you like to see Dele Farotimi serve jail term?
If he's found guilty, why not? But you see, the fact that the police charge him to court within 24 hours of his arrest is what I love the most about this issue. The general police used to keep people, in their cell for more than 24 hours indiscriminately, and they won't charge them. But in this case, their rights will be, violated. But in this case, it was the court that remanded him in custody. So it's no longer about, Afe Babalola is using his power, is using his connection. It's repulsive when I hear that. It's emotional blackmailing. If they found him guilty, one man, I wouldn't lose one sleep about him. And if they found him innocent, and because look, it is a matter of trying something in the court. And I gave an example yesterday in a layman form. I may not know the nitty gritty of law because look, one man, I've been in a course before, and I've noticed that look, forget about these people coming on televisions to tell you outcome of case. I mean, case is going to be like it's a different ball game. I mean, during the election period, you heard people saying, "Oh, they should televise the proceeding, live, so that they can see it, and maybe the bloggers will make mockery of, have some sound bite and all those kind of a thing." And I was like, okay, even read it that this case should be put on the live television so that people can watch it. And I said, look, we're in Nigeria. We're in Nigeria. The law will be tested in court. You will cite, you will give reference, you will do all sorts of things. But look, the judge would not award a judgment or arrive at a judgment in a vacuum. They will look. In fact, you may disagree to where they arrive at, but sometimes it can be, the law is blinded. They will look at the one that apply to what you present and then make their pronouncement. That is how court works. But this allegation about, oh, he uses an influence, the judge didn't just come from nowhere and say, this is the judgment, take it or leave it. They look at the intricacies, the application, the components, and everything before they decide, okay, this is what the final word is. So because you lost at the lower court and the court went up to the other hierarchy of the judiciary and you lost there, and look, we are interwoven. Nigeria is connected one way or the other. There's no way influence would not be in any form, shape. However, to believe that money has been given hand and you are not actually, putting those evidence, you can't actually come give the evidence that money exchange, and he named names according to one man. Baba says he's going to send you a copy of that petition. Please, if you have it, can you send it to me? I would really love to read it. And I'll tell you what, if there's one thing we, the Ondo and Ekiti, is known for, is his petition. We can petition a dead body. We will write it to the details will be included. So you better know what you are doing. Unfortunately, I think it's an Odoma. And maybe somebody can confirm that for me. I don't know. But when they say they're going to protest,
the speculation is that it's an Ekiti man, but
no, it can't be Ekiti. We don't disrespect elders like that. No. And I can tell you, nothing is going to touch Afe Babalola's establishment, whether school, whether hospital, anywhere, even his chamber, nothing. Look, this man, this GT said
the Ekiti State Police Command, they are already putting the state on lockdown.
You say what?
I said the Ekiti State Police, you know that Shore is calling for them to go and protest in Ekiti and all over. So the police command there are already putting the space on lockdown. They said no protest here, otherwise you get shot.
It's not Lagos, so Ekiti is not Abuja. Afe Babalola is an institution in Ekiti. He doesn't own Ekiti. For those who may care to know, he does not own Ekiti. There are so many people that are much older and also have influence like him in Ekiti. But is one of their industrial sons, or should I say one of their somebody Ekiti? I don't think so. Well, if it is Ekiti, then he has not proven that he's one of Ekiti's, because we have respect for elders and we have our way of dealing with issue when it comes to cheating or somebody's using influence or opportunity. We have a way of doing that, of dealing with it. And if it's Ekiti, that would be an unfortunate thing. But the current Attorney General came from the chamber of from Emmanuel chamber, from Afe Babalola's chamber, according to what GT said.
Do you know a curious thing as well? Dewale? The person sitting in judgment over this case in Ekiti was actually Dele Farotimi'S first employer as a lawyer. The judge, yes.
You see how interconnected people can be.
Did you know that, Ogbeni? Did you know that? Carry on.
I think GT also said that.
I know. I mean, woman.
Did you hear what I said?
General.
Yes, now that the magistrate that is sitting presently, that is Dele Farotimi'S employer. I know.
It was. Well, I think he gave him his first job. So everything ties together. So,
so even GT was even saying that the Attorney General decided to go even take it.
Benny, don't forget to answer my question. Adewale, sorry. Yeah, go on, Adewale.
Yes. Do you think that's sufficient grounds to recuse himself, that judge?
And there's a possibility that he's going to
It
recuse
could.
himself.
Yes.
He could do that.
It could, but we are connected one way or the other, and that is the unfortunate thing about this allegation. If you're alleging something and you say somebody was corrupt and he corrupted an institution in Nigeria, we're supposed to interpret the law for the country. That's a very weighty story. It's not about
Okay, can I interject, Adewale? You know, lately you've been talking too much like a lawyer, so I'm not even sure if you're a lawyer or not. But anyways, in the Nigerian
which
system,
part of
is
my
it
which part of my
Which
statement
guy?
you have problem with Trump daddy. This is not like your cousin in America.
Praise that they has come again. All these Americans.
What part of my analysis you disagree with?
no, I can't really
disobedient
distinguish
now.
between you and Ogbeni anymore because you talk like a lawyer. I don't know your qualification, but anyways,
You'll be
in
shocked,
Nigeria,
Trump daddy.
do
You'll be
we?
surprised.
Okay, well, I'm not doubting it, but anyway, do we have what do you call it? Innocent until proven guilty. I'm asking this question because Dele Farotimi'S, I've said it before, I'm not a fan of his, but nonetheless, we know the Nigerian state to be an abusive society. There's no doubt about that. And Dele Farotimi'S, every time he speaks, okay, is always talking about the abuse and impunitive state of the country. So the way they're treating the guy right now, do you guys sense any abuse at play at all?
Tell me where it was abused.
Can I answer that?
I don't know. I'm asking a question.
Let Ogwene answer. He's the lawyer. Ogwene, I don't sense any abuse, but
Can
you
I
may
answer
correct
that?
us on that.
Praise
Yeah.
that. Sorry. Let me quickly answer that.
All right. I'm not sure that. Where are you identifying abuse first, Prince?
Well, I've not identified any. That's why I was postulating. I'm asking the question because let's not pretend.
Go on.
Let's not pretend that Nigeria is a place that they do things by accordingly. That's not the case. There's always abuse that goes on, and we know the impunitive state of the country. And now the police, from the politician to the police and the army, how they abuse one another and abuse the people. So Dele Farotimi'S has always been, conscious about that, and he's always talking about the abusive state of the country. Now they just grabbed him. Okay, now the story's been morphing, it's been changing. Initially, I thought he just grabbed him, but I heard from you, Warmer, yesterday that there's a petition for him to report or to show himself at the courthouse that he did not honor. So that's why the police came and grabbed him. But I heard the woman a few minutes ago that after Babalola's case or whatever, Tony Elumelu can go grab him. Is that the way we do stuff in Nigeria? Go grab people because they disagree with you or they wrote something in the book or in the papers? Just go grab them.
Sorry, Prince. Sorry, Ogwene. Have you heard the phrase "the nail that sticks out will be hammered down"? That's what's going. The nail that sticks out, it will be hammered down. But Ogwene.
Well, that's akin to the Asian, specifically the Chinese society, or the Japanese, where they are like this collective mind of doing things. But I think we try to be independent a lot in Nigeria, especially when we adopt the Western political system and judicial system, and people are free to express themselves. But no, see the way you guys are talking, I'm sensing abuse one way or the other. But I don't know the details of the information. But Ogbeni can speak.
Prince Daddy, let me clear your doubt. From what has happened to him so far, I don't see any abuse. Let me tell you why. There is Administration of Criminal Justice Act and law, as per depending on the state you're talking about, that talks about procedures that police and law enforcement agents must follow, okay, in bringing somebody before a court. It's don't forget I said it regulates procedures. And what are the procedures here? I've seen many people saying a lot of things, and I try to, what's the understanding? We need to have understanding first. That's what I always say. Let's have understanding. What is our general procedure in Nigeria? Is it different from other places? No. What's the procedure? First, there will be a petition If you committed a crime now, if that crime is not in facie, that is, if you have not committed that crime where a police officer is and is arresting you immediately, there must be a petition from either a victim or somebody who has witnessed a crime. Let's say murder, for instance. Somebody has just witnessed a murder. Let's say that person is a relative of the victim who has been murdered. You draft a petition or you go straight to the police station to report. So there must be something coming from somebody reporting that there's a crime here. Then after that, what happened? Police will invite, okay? They invite the culprit and said, we're inviting you. Come, like the one they invited Yaya Bello and refused to come. Now, if you come willingly, then the next stage is interrogation. They will interrogate you. Is the duty of the police, except we just want to cancel the police system. And then let us go back to the state of nature, where life is brutish and short and everybody can do anyhow. But as long as we still have our police, they follow, these are the procedure. They must interrogate you. And I won't lie to you, a lot of things happen during their interrogation. Before, it used to be very brutal. Your dignity is gone, is a way they torture you, they do a lot of things. But these days, our administration of criminal justice that was reformed in 2010 by Jonathan administration that they so much hate, he reviewed our act that there must be video evidence of every interrogation. Okay, and many states now have adopted that system too, that if you don't have video evidence, if there's any conventional statement, it will not be admissible. So in many police stations now, you see them, they have installed those cameras there, so that when they bring you in, there are cameras to show whether when you are interrogated, whether your dignity is not being, tampered with, and whether it was voluntary. Okay, our law has been reviewed to take care of that. I know Lagos State Administration of Criminal Justice law also take care of that. I don't know if it is, but I know it is always also a step for further in time, because we're learned people, we're educated people. Now, so that is that. And now, if after interrogation they feel that there's a prima facie case against you, next thing they will arraign you. If it's not a if it's simple misdemeanor or simple offense, they allow you to go and they give you a day to arraign you. That day you must come and they take you before a court. Now, the moment you get before a court, the court may decide to release you on bail. It means that go in peace, but be coming to court as we are trying you. Then you face your trial. If the court feel that I can't release this one easily, I have to get some conditions, because the way I see this one, I can jump bail, like Nnamdi Kanu jump bail and left Nigeria, and now he still want them to release him on bail, something like that. If I feel this one may jump bail, probably because of some circumstances, then the judge may impose some conditions and say, okay, except you fulfill XYZ condition. If you fulfill those conditions, then I can release you. So if anything happens, I will hold your shorty, okay, responsible. Like the way they were holding Abaribe responsible for Nnamdi Kanu, was the one who, from his exuberance, granted Nnamdi Kanu as a shorty. So something like that. And after that, you go to your trial. Then the day of judgment, you come. If they find you guilty, from there, you don't go back home again. You're going to prison. If they don't find you guilty, then you are free. If they find you, you pay it. They can give you time to pay or pay immediately. If you don't pay, if they say pay immediately and you are not paying, then you go to prison pending you when you pay. So that is the procedure. Now, let me go back to that number one procedure. So if they invite you and you refuse to come, and that is what play out here. Now, if they invite you and you refuse to come, first time, second time, they're inviting you and you refuse to come, Alja allow them to charge you in absentia. So when they charge you in absentia, they go to court and present their case and say, look, we have this case against this man. These are the proof to show that we have invited this man, is not coming. The court can grant them bench warrant to say, okay, go and arrest. Now, you have different types of arrest. You can have arrest with warrant and arrest without warrant. And that's why when I have people, where's their warrant? Where's I just laugh. There are cases where police can arrest with warrant. There are cases where police can arrest without warrant. And I'm not sure, with Afe Babalola in this kind of case, I'm not sure the police will give just anyhow police to go and handle this matter, because they know the stake that is involved here. They'll give a police who understand all this procedure to handle the matter. And by the way, since the enactment of that our Haja, which Jonathan did, I'll still always go back to that Jonathan, which he did. police that is not a lawyer can no longer handle criminal matters now in Nigeria. When you're a police and you handle criminal, you must be a lawyer. That's what that law says now. You must. So, and that's why police now, they recruit a lot of lawyers into their systems. And it's their lawyers now that handle, prosecution. So, and that is why mistake that we used to have before, you hardly have it now. So what has happened in this case, if you look at the procedure I've highlighted now, what has simply happened in this case, okay, they've invited this guy. I don't think they've not. See, when he was granting that, and that's why I say it's not making any prediction. When he was granted that interview, that I learned that they are fraudulent. Can you imagine? It's a court process, it's called fraudulent, that they are fraudulently charging him in Ekiti. So they should come and seek his consent before they charge him in Ekiti. Or what basis is he called is fraudulent? Is it not the duty of the police to charge you? So why are you saying it's fraudulent? What is fraudulent in it? Now, he said the fraudulently charged him in Ekiti. So prima facie, you can know that he was aware as at the time he was addressing that press. Now, the time he has spent in addressing press, can he not press that same time and say, look, I have a lawyer in Ekiti, go and represent me. Tell them I'm not jumping, I'm not running away from the court. I will appear on so date. He never did that. Now, so if you refuse to come, don't forget my procedure. I say if you resume to come, the next thing is they get bench warrant against you and they come. Bench warrant simply means that it's not an administrative warrant. An administrative warrant can come for police. Police can issue warrant too. From rank of ASP or so, they can issue warrant, say go and arrest this person. Bench is the one coming from the judiciary. So the one they used in his own case was from the judiciary. So from the judiciary, they issue warrant, and it was based on the force of that warrant they took to Lagos to come and pick them. And you see the way they picked him, they invited me. He was even gisting with them, gesticulating, and then they drove him from Lagos to Ekiti. So I'm wondering where exactly you think there's a problem there. Are you saying they don't have the duty under our law to go and get him to bring him down to Ekiti? Or what's wrong with arrest? Because the way people now
Benny, not at all. That's why I'm not speaking specifically. I'm just talking in general to the Nigerian states about our nature and the way we go about things. And you're right. They probably may have treated him nicely with all dignity, but I was just saying, because we know we do abuse power. It's the place where power is abused, without restrictions. But anyway, thanks for the clarification.
So that's the clarification. Somebody asked me and said, how does Ekiti court pick up Lagos citizen? There is no Lagos citizen. Nigerian citizen we have in Nigeria. I don't know what do you mean by Lagos citizen. And don't forget, if you commit crime, you see, there's some crime.
And by the way, guy is a lawyer as well. You should know better.
He's a lawyer. I think you should know, yes. Because the point is this. You see, there are some crimes that,
or should I say, I suspect is a lawyer. He always has.
I think he is.
He always has. He's very specific on legal matters.
Let me give you an example, and I think GT Ogunye gave a simple example. I gave one yesterday too. GT Ogunye also gave a simple example as to complexity. I always talk about the complexity of the Nigerian legal system. I think I've said it here before about how we've adopted British plus America plus. We just put everything together. We don't even have our own system. We just put everything together. It's the complexity of our system. Now, look at it from this angle. We have federal police. We don't have state police. All policemen you see in Nigeria, they're answerable to only one person, the Inspector General of Police. And Inspector General of Police is answerable to one person, the President, who is the CNC. Simple. Now, what am I saying? This is what I'm saying.
Benny, please. Sorry, again, please. Sorry for cutting you. But why is the obedient shouting Ekiti State Command Police come and arrest this guy when we don't even have any state police? These people have, I don't get it. Any police that came to arrest you, they are federal police. Federal police. Please, can you please educate the obedience? Thank you.
No, they said they didn't follow standard operating procedure of the police. That Ekiti State, the command doesn't have jurisdiction in Lagos. That was their excuse.
Okay. Questions I ask them most time is, when they pick Ijele, where did they pick Ijele? Where did they take him to? When they pick, a lot of them, they pick in Nigeria. They will pick them and take them to. The way I think this thing work is this. If you are saying there is administrative, you said they don't follow standard protocol. The question I ask myself is, does it affect somebody to be brought before the court? What's the judge What's my business as a judge without how you get somebody before me? What matters to me is I check my administrator of justice. The administrator of criminal justice doesn't talk about how police go to another state to get somebody down. It's just for their own administrative convenience. It's nobody's business. It's their own internal business. Okay. When Buhari was smoking George's house the other time, and they went to Port and they were using DSS around, did they inform the commissioner of police in Rivers State? No. So the point is, the judge has issued his bench warrant. It is for the police to go and execute. So if there is a breach of any protocol within the police, let the Inspector General of Police deal with that. So does that affect these guys' right? I would say no. And why am I saying no? It's Nigerian police force that has come to pick you. You don't have right to select which officer to pick you. You don't have right to select which command should come and pick you. You have been invited by a court and you are answerable to that court. Now you are before the court. You can't be questioning, how did I arrive here? You are not. It's not how do I call it, a reparation process. You are within one country. You know. Anyway, I will allow Adewale so that I don't.
All right. Before we get back to Adewale, give me a window to flash up what we have tomorrow. So tomorrow, which is not today, Saturday, we have Chief Tola Adeniyi coming to join us, former chairman, CEO, Daily Times. Very, 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 very vested and invested in the Nigerian political space. So he'll be coming to share his repertoire of knowledge with us tomorrow. So go and bookmark that. And then the following Saturday, we'll be having Otumba Segun Showumi rejoin us. We've met him before on the platform, of course. So I've agreed with him in principle today. We will firm it up later on this Saturday, but almost with certainty, he'll be joining us Saturday the 14th, Otumba Segun Showumi. So, and then we might well be having another guest joining us the following day, which will be the Sunday the 15th. But that's not been firmed up yet. But just make sure you're subscribed. And by the way, I've been asking for 10 subscribers. We are actually, I need 40 subscribers to push us over a particular threshold. But we need 10 subscribers today. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you are, because we're bringing you all these big names. So you can at least reward it with a subscription. Now, sorry, back to you, Dewale, and then from Dewale we go on to Zita. Omaba.
I think the network is going back up. I'm not so sure.
No, anyway, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So, as if we are still on this topic, if you have any other topic, you can let me know.
No, I think we've flogged this topic to death. We've been squeezing the last drop out of it for the last 3 days. So, I'm not sure if anything.
Before I move quickly from this topic, I think the obedience cycle. When I mean cycle, I mean sympathizer, not necessarily those in the Labour Party per se, but those people who supported this movement. They are trying to explore every opportunity to cause chaos through protests, as if they've not learned from the past. Their previous attempts to launch a protest in the country was, resulting to a futile effort. I think they should learn better. The flyer circulated on social media shows that the protest they are planning is just a way of causing chaos, and that is what their aim is, with the hope that the country will be going on flame, and the authority will be subverted, and they will be able to call for some devilish stuff like regime change and stuff like that. That has always been their game plan, and I don't think anything outside Lagos is not going to result in something meaningful. Ekiti State protests will not go on because people probably would not. Let's even assume that people that will be protecting in Ekiti will not be handful, maybe just few people, because the authority is going to go against them. That's that about that. Maybe I should speak briefly about this Labour Party people, cross carpeting to APC.
Oh yes, yes. That's a big storyline. Give us a brief commentary on that. I want to bring Zita in as well. You know, Zita should fall asleep on us very quickly. It's a Friday, and I think Zita is partial to a glass of wine, so we have to rush her quickly. Otherwise, yeah.
Zita is my family right there. That's what she wants. I mean, likes the red wine on Friday. That's what we do. Listen.
Yes, that's fine. The only thing is you don't limit it to Friday. That's just
that's the people's assumption. That might not be the statement of fact, though. That's an assumption.
No, that's
but
what we used to tease you.
The secret to the secret to longevity is a little alcohol in the system. That will make you live longer. That's what our forefathers and ancestors did. Anyway, I see 2027 taking shape.
The French,
I see 2027 polity and the electioneering taking shape now in 2023. They are barely into their position for years, and they are already cross-carpeting. The the deputy speaker read was it the speaker or the deputy speaker read their intention to switch party at the national assembly. And I felt this is a local this is supposed to have been done at the ward level or at their constituency level, not at the national assembly where they're actually serving. But here we have them. They're actually making it a national issue whereby they want to let the entire country know that we are crossing to the winning party. Now, chances is that these people that are crossing to the APC will probably not be voted, in favor when they are seeking for re-election, and likely some of them might not even want to seek for election. But with the power of the party at the center now, the chances is that they will help them to get them back into that seat come 2027. The one that was even more surprising, or let's say shocking the most, is the Boris daughter, or Aare Afe's daughter, from PDP to APC in Delta State. And I was like, wait a minute. This is the same state that we have a PDP already still, ruling in the state. And now it's cross-carpeting to APC. I would not be shocked if APC take Delta State when it comes to gubernatorial in 2027. I would not be surprised, one man, because it seems people are moving to where there is big soup. And that area would be annexed by the APC even at the presidential election. And that is where the Labour Party people will be crying, to the media about their rights being trampled upon. And I foresee that because some of these people that are cross-carpeting, some of them are grassroots people that are known in their community. So that means there's going to be a division at the local and the state level, and that division is what APC is going to exploit to their favor. The same way it happens at the national level where the PDP and Labour Party share voters. So I foresee that, going into the election proper, I think next year, or election preparation next year, I foresee that playing out in the years to come. And I believe there are still more public office holder that will be cross-carpeting to APC. As the Labour Party or obedient, it seems APC is not popular today. But before they wake up to realize to smell the coffee, APC would have taken majority of their big wigs, and they will be using them against them when 2027 comes. That's what I foresee going. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming soon, but I think it was something that will be happening, in the nearest future or towards before the election. I didn't know it's going to be so quick like this. And that's what is most surprising about it. And the Labour Party and Obedient did not even see anything. I haven't seen comment about it. I've not even seen it on the national people discussing it more as if it's just like it's not a big deal and stuff like that. But they didn't realize that the APC is actually planting their what do you call them? Their move in their midst now, because people will move with these people that are cross carpeting, and that is where the APC is going to be smiling to the bank or to the Astro come 2027. So want me to speak to on something else?
Let me move it around a little bit. They were just so that
that's
people
good.
are not here for too long.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. I'll look round back to you again now. Let's see if Zita is ready for us. Zita.
One man, how you do?
Look at that. I was just calling you bad that you would have fallen asleep on us, eh?
No, I'm not asleep. I'm awake.
Body.
I do. I do. It's freezing here.
Yes, it's always freezing there. Anyway, how many
did I get it? One man is writing Igbo at the comment section. Can you imagine? Or your man writing Igbo?
Yes, now of course. I'm Wazobia. How many layers of clothing do you have to wear there to fend off the weather?
Well, it depends on the brand you are buying. Sometimes you don't need to layer if it's extremely a warm type. You just wear a sweater. But the thing is actually the shoe that is important, because if you get
is it snowing? Is it snowing?
Yes, it snowed till Sunday.
There used to be a time in this country that you couldn't go out of your house during winter without wearing a thermal vest first. So you wear a thermal vest, then you wear your shirt or t-shirt on top of it, then you put a coat on top of that, then you put your scarf on top of the coat, and then you put a hat on your head. But now you can still go out in a t-shirt.
No, this place, there are clothes you don't put on. You don't wear jeans here. You don't.
Why?
Because they are kind of cold. It's not crispy. It's wet. It's wet cold. So when you wear jeans, the jeans is not wet, but it gets kind of frizzy and heavy. So we wear more of light satin and then something like, I don't know if you know what they call Macintosh.
Of course.
Yeah, things like that, leather and those stuffs like that doesn't really absorb cold. But in Chicago and other places, you can wear jeans in very cold weather. But here you can't. You don't wear things like that because they get cold and they get heavy. And
you have oil there, don't you? What's the energy prices like there? Do they squeeze you during winter?
It's very expensive. Everything is expensive here. It's very, very, very expensive. But the thing is that they have good welfare, and it's a small country, so they take care of everybody. It's not. But the thing that is no here is the weather. It's just not gonna get used to it. Nobody gets used to it anyway. The weather is. The town before my town is even frozen. People keep moving in the other side. The other side keep getting frozen. So, I mean, the ice is taking some part of the land.
It's unbelievable what we have to put up with. But I can't remember the last time we saw snow where I am, though. So that's an offshoot of global warming, isn't it?
Yeah, that thing is actually, it's not global warming, it's extreme weather conditions. I think that's what they would call. Where it will get warm, it's gonna get really, really warm. Where it's gonna get cold, it's gonna get really, really cold. That's what the world is experiencing now.
Anyway, we will soon find out. Donald Trump told us that there's no such thing as global warming. A drill, baby, drill. Is that not his philosophy?
It's not, drill. It's the Green New Deal that is a scam. Maybe one day we discuss it in your platform, because that's the department I'm in, my company. So that's a scam.
Yeah, but you will call it a scam now. You are in oil and gas, so that's the antithesis of what you stand for.
No. In no way they do oil and gas, but it's 90% green. So it's actually a scam. Why did I say it's a scam? It's because the challenges you claim that the other one is giving, the other one do have it. So what is the difference? That's the question. If you have to spend so much money doing something clean but still have hazards, why not make do with what you have before, or end up with a hybrid? I mean, maybe we discuss that one. What are you discussing today, woman?
We were just speaking over the bones of the Farotimi Aare Afe Babalola matter. So Aare Babalola digging his heels saying that the only thing that releases Farotimi is for him to prove that he gave bribe. And then there's complaints coming out of the north about this trip of TINUBU to France. Let me play a clip.
Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's romance with France is no good news for Nigeria. Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are elected by us. You must speak to us. You are not going to commit us to any foreign military presence in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And whatever investment you do must be vetted by our sleepy 10th Assembly. They must wake up. Wherever France is not good. Mr. President, you are not talking to Nigerians. The reason France is cozying to Nigeria and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is allowing them to, and we will resist, is because they are looking for a place to situate their military base after being kicked out.
So the North is rebelling against Tinubu's trip to France. And in that trip to France, Tinubu signed a lot of MOUs. And a lot of those MOUs wrapped around mineral resources, solid minerals especially, lithium, gold, etc., etc. A lot of it vested in the north. So the thinking might well be that Tinubu has gone to France to sell the resources of the north to the French. So there's that narrative going on in the underbelly somewhere. So we're talking about that and just whatever, just the general Nigerian talk, and the naira appreciating against the dollar quite sharply.
Okay. Let me start with the last one you said. The naira appreciating sharply. It doesn't really mean anything to me because it's floating. So it will appreciate when it has strength, and it will depreciate when it loses its strength. And that's how a currency is supposed to go, not by somebody using the money of the country to pad a foreign currency to make it look as if it's good. So I don't have any problem with naira appreciating. If he has summoned this strength, gathered strength, let it appreciate. The day it deflates like a tire, they should understand too that it has lost its strength. Okay, back to Tinubu and the France visit. First of all, who is Emmanuel Macron and who is Tinubu? You see, when Emmanuel Macron, I think he was the ambassador of France in Nigeria, right? When Tinubu was the governor.
No, I think he actually came on work experience. He was quite young then. I think he was on a 1-year work experience to France at the Nigeria at the consulate, and he used to frequent.
He was one of the
an attaché. So it's like an attaché.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, mineral resources in the north. Woman. I think we've discussed this thing here before about emerald, gold, and all manner of things, even platinum in the north. and they be minding it. Actually, that's one of the reasons why this insecurity is going on in those places. And then where is the money?
It's in Dubai. They take you to Dubai.
Okay, fine. And if the federal government decide, because I don't think we really do have the technical know-how to do mining, except the type these people are doing. They take away the whole raw material and give it to, never mind. But if they decide to do a business with a country in the land, and so what? That's my question. And so what? The federal government of Nigeria has the right to write MOU with any company, any country to come and do business. The day they win, they can tell the country to go back too. It doesn't matter. So I don't even know what the noise is all about. Are they saying that France is coming to let Nigeria know the quantity of emeroid in Nigeria, that we don't know where the heck it has been going or what? I don't know. I don't even know why that is a concern to any Nigerian.
Let me tell you why, Azita. People are a bit reticent about France because of the relationship they've had with other African countries, all these Sahel countries that they've just you know that a good 80-90% of the uranium that powers France's nuclear plants to light the country up, it actually comes out of Niger Republic. That country is at the bottom rung of poverty. France at the top tier of opulence, and the country that supports electrification in their country, is just it's their excessively exploitative nature. That's really
okay. Let me respond to you. Since you've come to that angle, let me say this. Number one, Nigeria and Nigerians are the most learned. I repeat, most learned, exposed, informed Black nation on earth. Believe it or not, I don't care. But that's the truth. Well established. That is one. Two, talking about countries coming into another country to do business. Who signed the business? What was the agreement? If you sign a wrong business and your country loses, and then what? And so what? You are going to blame somebody that, I mean, that's why some people call business people criminals, crooks, liars. It's a business. If I negotiate better than you can and you form stupidity to it, I rip you off. And then so what? It's a business. The aim of a business is to make profit. So if you sit down there and I make profit out of you, and so what? Who signed those contracts? Who signed those treaties? Who signed those MOUs in these ridiculous African countries we are calling? Or you look at Nigeria, you think France will come and rip us off? Is that how much you look at Nigeria? The Nigeria sounds to you? Anyway, that's by the way. I think I have to end there. Let me go back to the last person's book. I don't know whether it's Adewale. It's talking about people deflecting. You put what am I seeing? Whose flag? Labour Party. Okay. So you said people are deflecting, right? Hello.
Yes, they are doing it en mass, is what is the thing. There's just a real wave of Labour Party, even House of Rep members, ordinary, they're just en mass just moving to the APC. I'm not quite sure why, but that seems to be what's been identified.
Yeah, you see, sometimes when things happen, we use our emotions and what we think, we claim, we believe, and we use it to judge why that thing is happening. But let me say this, if you are a politician in Nigeria and probably you run your election under Labour Party and you won an election with their name, Looking at what is happening in Labour Party, would you actually want to continue bearing the flag of such a ridiculous party? That is the aspect most Nigerians wouldn't want to hear. That you have a party that somebody went into. You know, one man, look, let me say this. Sometimes actually do not know what humans want. People come here, they talk about Labour Party and their supporters. And in other places, they still behave like Labour Party and their supporters. You see, when you have problem with some certain human beings, is when some human beings come up together to tell you that a man who sat on emergency for 13 months should govern a country. Whenever I remember that thing, it sent jitters all over my body. A man who sat on emergency, and you people think medical is not emergency? For 13 whole months, he didn't reverse. He could have continued till he finished his tenure, if not for those who save life, woke up after 13 months and say, no, this is too much. We have to go back to work. And people come together and they want such a person to rule a country. When I see that, I begin to ask, what do you actually want? Now you are looking at a party after an election, they came third. And the whirlpool on that party since after that election, you expect a politician to carry the flag of that party. Oh, really? Nobody is talking about that. It's all about how the next election is going to be won. But I will tell anybody, if you have a shame, you shouldn't have anything to do with such a party. So I rest my case there. One man, the next topic, you said is 3, right? What is the next one?
Yeah, we were talking about the Farotimi thing as well, but we're just scraping the barrels of it now. It's a narrative of defamation and consequences. So have you been following that space, by the way? I don't think we've had your take on that space yet.
You see, I refuse to speak on that. And I heard somebody just said on this platform.
Madam, you have to speak. We want to hear your opinion, please.
I heard somebody in this platform say they want to do demonstration or riot for him. Did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay. You see, I think I should be speaking direct to Showore. The only way to do demonstration on this case is for Showore to say, yes, I know what that guy said. It is true, and I have a proof. That is the only demonstration on it. They have to go and prove that what the man said is truth and nothing but the truth. Not going to the street to demonstrate, to release somebody you don't really know the hate he said and the gravity of what he said and the impact he has on the person that is being defamed. You want to go to the street? No. Showore should claim that he knows what the guy said and he's sure of it, and he too, that he's putting his own voice into it, saying yes, that the man did it. And let's see if he too will not be picked up. So what is all this nonsense all about? What is all this nonsense? A grown-ass man saying what he's not sure of. Bringing down people who have worked so hard in life to be where they are.
You know, that's what really jars me, because what this guy has done now, whether the court finds him guilty, because he wrote a book, so it's documented, and that book is #1 bestseller now on Amazon, so it's all over the place now. So there's no way of pulling it back. So no matter what happens in court, whether he's found guilty or not, people reading that book in 10 years, 15 years, forever now, it damns that man's reputation, which he built over 5 decades. It's just so unfair, you know.
Is the book a fiction?
No, it's an account of his account of incidents in his past. It describes a narrative of an encounter between him and Farotimi is a lawyer. Afe Babalola is a lawyer. It describes an encounter between him and Aare Afe Babalola in court, and he lost that case at the Supreme Court. And he then put in book form that Aare Afe Babalola bribed the Supreme Court to fraudulently get that judgment, you know, and this is and that Aare Afe Babalola is a son, is a 95-year-old man. He has been in the legal profession since probably most of us were born, before we were born, you know. So
70 years, 7 decades.
You know, so it just seems so unfair, you know, and it does that, and people are saying they should be set free. That is free speech. How can it be free speech?
That's not a speech. Yeah. It's a document. That's not a speech. Because if it is a speech, he can as well said and he spoke. But that one is a document. He documented it. And by the way, one man, why are we discussing this guy in the first place? If you say something against somebody and the person said, come and prove what you said about me, because that is defamatory. So what is our business on it? I don't get this.
Because it's the most topical thing in Nigeria at the moment, this Farotimi thing. Because the way they are pitching is they are pitting the progressive next generation leap out of the stinking stable sort of narrative. They are saying essentially that this guy is because he's a front runner. Is a front runner within the obedience space. He's one of their leaders there. So they are saying that this guy is a progressive, highlighting the rot in the system, and the rotten system is fighting back. And that's how they are presenting the narrative. But this guy was invited to court. He did not attend. They invited him severally. He did not attend. The court issued a bench warrant, which effected his arrest. So if they invite him to court and he arrogantly ignores that, what should happen next? Should they say, okay, you are not coming, so let's just forget it? I mean, I don't get sometimes where we are in that country.
That's what I'm saying. I've just narrated everything. When I remember what happened in my country in 2023, when I see this kind of a thing coming out of that place, I don't really want to discuss it. Yes, he's an activist. He's bringing out the wrath in the country, right? Yeah. What he said is a rot in the country, right? He should prove it beyond reasonable doubt that what he's saying is the truth. So what is the problem about this? I said one man is a thief. And one man came and picked me up that he's not a thief. All I need to do is to prove that one man is a thief. Chicken now. So what is all this? That way I am bringing out the rot in the system. So what is all this noise all about? He's bringing out the rot in the system, so he should prove the rot in the system. He don't get the receipt of the bank. If I were him, God forbid, I can never be such a human being. Before I even write my book, I would have thwarted the bank account, how the money was transferred. It will be in the book. So what is all this noise all about? He said something. You people believe him. Somebody somewhere is not believing him. And that's why he's being picked up. So let him prove to that person that he's right. What What is all this noise all about? I don't get it. Okay, one man. What about Ijele? Where is Ijele?
Hey, it's still in custody for the exact same narrative.
Okay.
You know, I've tried his phone number several times.
Okay.
You know, it's not going through.
Okay, so that one was not even charged to court, right? Was he?
No, it wasn't charged to court even. I think its court date is still pending.
Okay.
It was 8 months in prison later.
Yeah, so he should have been given an opportunity to prove what he's saying. But in that case, nobody is demonstrating for him. He's not been given an opportunity to prove what he said, whether it's true or not. This guy has been given an opportunity. That's why they took it. That was very civil of whosoever that is handling his case. Very civil. Come to the court and tell the court how I did it. So what is the problem about it? What is all this running around and speaking about? Who the heck is he in the first place? I'm really, this is really getting on my last nerves. Why are people discussing him?
Madam Sita, they said Dele Farotimi is an enigma in the social media space, activist, obedient, dealing with the rotten. So that is why the noise is all about.
I agree with them. The important thing is that he is trying to show the world how bad somebody is. Is it just by saying it and putting it in a book? You
see what? That's what confounds me, Zita. What you just said there. Is it just by saying it and put it in? So it said it is put it in a book. The man is now inviting him to defend it, and people are raging against the guy. So what is the man meant to do? Is he meant to just fold over and be defamed? You know, I mean,
I really don't get this. Honestly.
I don't get what they are arguing against. I don't
really get it. But look, one man. Let's be honest.
It's not that the man locked him up and say the man said, "Let's meet in court, and then you show me then what you have alleged against me."
Yeah.
What more could be more reasonable than that?
I don't know. The guy is being very civil. But let me say this: all those people saying he's bringing out the rot in the society. If they really know that he's bringing out the rot and they know he's saying the truth, because they too will have evidence that he's saying the truth, they can also come to the court with the evidence to help him justify his case. So I don't know what all this noise is all about. Honestly, I don't get it. It's not that they locked him up. They didn't beat him. The only thing they said is, you said this about me, come to court. And this is an individual something. It has nothing to do with Nigerian government.
Madam, they locked him up. Oh. They locked him up.
And so what?
Okay. So I thought you said it's not like they locked him up. They locked him up.
And so what?
I'm just correcting you that they locked him up.
And so what?
Zita, don't be misled by what Aizon said. They did lock him up, but there's a build-up to it. The guy sued him to court. He was notified of the court. He told us himself that he was notified several times of the court notice. And then the court subsequently issued a bench warrant for his arrest. And he, Dele Farotimi, he came out in the public space to tell us that the court has issued a bench warrant for his arrest. So why would they not lock him up?
Okay.
The court summons you don't turn up.
Is there any penalty for such behavior?
You know, what are they meant to send him, bake him a cake? I mean, what exactly should they have done? You know?
Look, I don't really
Danger
understand
of a single
this drama.
story.
This thing has nothing to do with anybody. It's just two individuals. This person said that this person is a criminal. The person came out and said, you can't say I'm a criminal. Come and tell me where I have criminalized, if I may use that word. So what is our business in it?
That's not a word, by the way.
Huh?
That's not a word.
I don't know. I don't care.
Okay.
Sometimes you use a slang or you coin a word. So I don't know what our business is in this thing. It's not that it's affecting Nigerians. It's a policy in Nigeria. It's just one man and woman slugging it out. So what is our own in it? But if you think you have a stake in it, why don't you just go help him prove his case?
Our own is that people that have been abused in that country endlessly need to be spoken for. And he has been a champion against the downtrodden in that country for a very long time.
I agree with you perfectly well.
Yes.
But if somebody
does that give him a path to defame somebody? Does that give him a path to defame?
You're assuming he defamed him.
That's
an assumption. Because you don't know whether or not he has proof.
Let me finish.
That's an assumption.
I agree with you that he has
You don't know.
Speaking for the voiceless and speaking for the armless. Perfect. I agree with you. But that does not overrule the fact that if somebody somewhere he says something about somebody or writes something about somebody that person feels is defamatory to his person, that person should just keep quiet. Is that what you're saying? That person will not say, hey, guy, come and prove this thing you said. And the guy is even handling it in a very civil way.
So let me point out something that you probably don't know.
What is that?
Dele Farotimi'S himself said that this was going to happen. And he said when it happens, he wants to have his day in court.
Good.
Because there is, this is not an idiot we're dealing with. This is not someone that's untrained that decided to document something and put it out on a book.
Good.
Okay?
Good.
We're not dealing with a total idiot.
So why are we discussing it?
Exactly. He wrote it in
discussing it? If he says,
we're discussing it because it's trending. It's trending, so we're discussing it.
Listen.
But what I'm saying to you is, let's not draw conclusions. Let's not draw conclusions until we know what this man has in store. All the conclusions about he's doing this and this is all pointless. He defamed. The judge is going to decide whether or not he defamed.
No, it doesn't matter.
You understand?
He can have his day in court.
And we'll have his day. In fact, we want to. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, I want to thank this Aare Afe Babalola guy because he has really given Farotimi and his move prominence as far as what he has done. So congratulations to Aare Afe Babalola. And Nigeria will never learn its lessons, and they will continue to give people that champion the downtrodden prominence, and we thank them for this, and they will continue to fight. And at the end of the day,
hold on, Zita. Sorry, Zita, 1 second. What lesson is Nigeria meant? I am confused.
You want me to give you examples? Okay, let me give you examples.
No, don't give me examples.
Okay, then you're asking me a question of what lesson they're supposed to learn. I'm going to give you examples.
No, let me give you the premise of where I am, then you can respond.
Okay.
We know that Nigeria is a rotten system. We know that there's a lot of bad and good. Aare Afe Babalola himself is a bad actor. It's well documented that he's a bad actor. But we're talking about this specific situation here now. This man alleges that everybody knows what he alleges. He says that this man, Aare Afe Babalola, procured a fraudulent judgment from the Supreme Court. He said that. And then he went on to list a whole raft of judges on that bench that he said was corrupted, including, this is the Supreme Court, including Rhodes Vivor's uncle, by the way, who's a Supreme Court judge. So he makes all of these things. And then the person that is made that comment against said that his name has been defamed. You know, so, and then the man takes to law to seek redress. So, okay. I mean, what are we raging about?
There's no raging here.
What is out of sequence in that? He alleges.
No one said it was out of sequence. No one's raging about anything. I am telling you that you concluded that he defamed, and I'm saying you are wrong because you do not have the judge is going to decide that. That is why they're in court.
No.
So what should happen? What should happen here? What should happen here is that they will go to court. Dele Farotimi will defend himself, and the judge will decide whether or not he defamed. You cannot conclude that because you don't know whether or not he has evidence.
No, it doesn't work that way.
If he has evidence in court, did he defame?
It's my time. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead and speak. I'm just interjecting. He asked me a question. I'm answering his question.
I didn't ask you any question.
Not you, one man. I said he. You're not a man, are you? Okay, then. He asked me a question. I'm answering his question.
One man and another man.
And they will settle it in court.
One said,
decorum,
you are a criminal. The other person said, you have defamed me because I am not. So you have to come to the court and prove how I am a criminal because I am seeing what you said as defamation. So you can't tell us that we shouldn't call it a defamation. It's a defamation. That's why it's in court. I hope you understand that. If it's not a
no, I don't actually. And as a matter of fact, it's an accusation of defamation. Okay, when they get to court, they will determine whether or not it was truly a defamation. That is why they are in court.
Yes, but as it stands now, it's defamation.
Innocent until proven guilty. I think we are all familiar with that. Let's not assume that he was in the wrong and he did not have evidence. That's what I am saying.
You see, no, but that is what he stands accused of.
I agree with that. I agree with that he's accused.
Yes, and it's not progressed enough not to be accused of that. So
an accusation, one man is one thing. I agree with that. What I am saying is, let us not conclude that he definitively defamed the man because we do not know that for certain.
But that is where it stands at the moment.
If he's accused of defamation, I agree with that. If someone is saying he defamed, I disagree with that. There's a difference.
Well, no, he did defame.
No, he did not defame.
No,
because we don't know that.
He said
he's accused of defamation.
The comments he made are defamatory. So that means he defamed
What
the
if he
man.
has evidence? What if he has evidence?
Then that was subsequently overturned.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
then it cannot be concluded that he defamed because we don't know the evidence he has.
As it stands now, he has defamed.
No, as it stands now, he's accused of defamation.
No, as it stands now, evidentially he has defamed.
Can I say something, please?
But if he provides evidence, then he now debunks the defamation accusation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's so.
Can I quickly say something?
Let Ogbenikon
I like to say something.
Give a legal perspective. Yeah.
One man and I don't know who's talking. Sorry. I think you are saying the same thing. I think you are both saying the same thing. One man is using the word defamatory in the literary sense, while the other person talking is talking about defamatory in the legal sense. Now, what has happened to Dele Farotimi for now is that he has been accused. It has been alleged of the offense of defamation, which he remains innocent until he's proven guilty. So as it stands, he's going through trial. He'll be going through trial. It is until he's now pronounced guilty that's legally speaking as defamed. What one man is saying is literary sense of defamation, that those things are defamatory. But there are defenses to it. If he's able to adduce his defense and the court exonerate him, then we can say, legally speaking, has not defamed the man. He has only come out to say the truth. So as far as I'm concerned, you are saying the same thing. You are just using it in different ways. But if I may ask that person question, the only question I would like to ask him if he can answer is that if you I've seen him attacking me on the comment sessions. I don't know if he's the one talking. No need to even engage him. That's fine, Mama.
That's fast finger is on. We call him fast finger is on. The speed with which he goes on that. We were. What else were we talking about? We were talking about the Naira gaining. We were talking about we were talking about TINUBU's whirlwind travel around the world and what the country stands to gain from it. And we were talking about Shettima trying to put a positive spin that TINUBU's reforms are working. Of course, we talked about France. We talked about Aare Afe Babalola, and then there's one other story actually, which I'm not sure if people are interested in or not. The blocking of the Emir of Kano. It's blockaded into his palace somewhat for reasons unknown, and it wasn't allowed to go to Bichi, where Adebayo sits in court there. So that canon narrative is still very much in the. So we still don't know who the king of that area is. So I'm not sure what interest there is in that. And then of course the Labour Party candidates crossing over to the APC. Not candidates, parliamentarians.
Yeah. I think I'm done with it. Please, one man. As you said, this guy said he will have his case in court. I don't know why somebody who says something, own up to it, claim he's saying the truth, and said that you see that coming to come after me, and I would like to have my day in court so that I will expose the rot. So why are people trying to go for rioting and what for? They should allow him to have his day in court. Embarrass Aare Afe Babalola, right? Let him go to the court and embarrass the guy. I would love to hear that. Bring out all the evidences and show the court and make sure that rot is being exposed. Who wouldn't want rot in his court to be exposed?
Madam Sita, the conclusion of the obedience and their endless mob is the guy is being with chants. That is the conclusion. That's why we are hearing all these bula balu shouting everywhere.
Which chants about what?
Yeah.
Who is
that is their conclusion. Because it's an obedient.
So if you are an obedient, you can say anything and get away with it. I don't get it. I don't even know why.
Many people do get what goes on in that space, you know. It's just
one man. I don't really see any issue in this man's case. There is no issue at all. It's not even supposed to be something to be discussed or be made noise about. As you heard the last speaker, he said, the man said that this is going to happen, and when it happens, he would like to have his day in court. Oh, don't you think that is a perfect statement of somebody who has bags of evidences to embarrass somebody in the court?
I am excited by that court process, you know.
Yes,
it's going to be about O.J. Simpson. It will be about O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, so why are they trying to say they should leave him? Don't you want to see the rot again? He's exposing the rot, so we want to see the rot. He must have his day in court. He must.
And they should expedite it, so it's not something that should drag on and on.
No, it shouldn't drag on.
Yeah.
It shouldn't drag on. Because we want to see that rot.
Madam
He's
Sita.
exposing the rot. We want to be part of it. We want to see it.
Madam Sita.
Yeah.
You see, sorry, it's Ogbeni that is talking.
Oh, Ogbeni.
Yes.
How you doing?
I do, mama. See, let me tell you, you really be disappointed in this case. Do you know why?
Why?
You know what I expect, what I think they will come and do, they will file a preliminary objection to say that it should be tried in Lagos and that they should dismiss that matter in Ekiti. They won't go to the merit. The guys pushing this Farotimi, they are not ready, they won't be ready to go to the merit. What I'm projecting they will be doing, you know, because already they're already peddling. Why is it in Ekiti? Why not Lagos? Why is it in Ekiti? They've been pushing that. I suspect that's the first thing they're going to put in court. Immediately they release him on bail and he's out. They'll start challenging the decision of that court and say they should let him come to Lagos and not Ekiti. The moment the judge makes decision on probably insisting that I must remain in Ekiti for that trial, they will go on appeal. Go and write this thing down. No, that's the way to play. You remember when their tiny god Obi came out and said, we won the election and we'll prove it. And everybody was so curious. Say, it's like this guy has so one evidence somewhere that at the end of the day, what did he come up with? The vice president is not the vice president candidate. Oh, there's a drug baron somewhere. Oh, no certificate. Oh, two-thirds of FCT. Oh, this thing. Come and prove that you won. No, till date, you didn't prove anything that you won. So they have this way of, you know, they will just raise your hope. So don't raise your hope too much.
I don't really think that man. I don't know if you have gone through some documentaries about Nigeria. That man's name is there. I don't think he will let that thing slide like that. For him taking this step, I don't think he will let them do it. Yahoo, 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 yahoo. Okay, if he's not in Lagos, I appeal. Ogbeni, I don't really think so. That man has worked himself up. Let him come and prove the rot. That's all I want.
Ogbeni,
application.
Ogbeni, the way you are describing it, God grant him long life, but the man himself that has been allegedly defamed, he might not even be around to see the end. They could drag it on for 5 years, you know.
No, it's a criminal matter. They won't drag it for that 5 years.
I don't think so.
So, and I think that is why the man is going through this criminal route. But what I'm saying is this: be expecting such application. You know, instead of them to just face the trial now and say, now we have the evidence. Oh yeah, let's start. You won't see something like that. You will start seeing with different applications from different areas. Watch out for it. They will tell you that court cannot try him. They will tell you, oh, because he cannot even try him in Ekiti. They will tell you, those are the things you will see will be flying up and down in court. Watch out for it. God spare our life.
Sorry, Madam Sita. One man. Madam Sita.
I preempt
Madam
things
Sita.
a lot. I don't
Madam
think
Sita.
that man
Can you hear
will
me?
carry them to Supreme Court too.
Can you hear me? Madam Sita.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't think one man has seen Afe Babalola before. That man is 95. His brain is as sharp as anything. To think that he will not be alive to see the end of we shall see. This man still has some brothers in his family, so it's not like the oldest in the family. So to think or to conclude that you will not see the end of this case, I beg, let just
This case
assume
will
that.
finish before March. Mark my word.
Can I say something real quick?
Hopefully so. Yes, I was going to come to you. So thank you, Sita. Oriola, you're up next. Take the floor, Oriola.
Okay. Hi. I was going to say something about that thing. So first, you disobeyed the law. The judge asked you, requested your presence at the court, but you didn't show up. From my own understanding, what I've seen, maybe not in Nigeria, what I've seen is if you disrespect the court, your freedom is already taken away from you when the judge requested that give a warrant for your arrest. Because if they summon you like 3 times and you refuse to show up, that means you are saying you are above the law. So whatever happened in the judge courtroom is up to you and him, because from what I've seen before, I don't even think they will let you go after you disrespected the court, because the court would think that if they request your presence another time, you won't show up. So, and for the people, the thing I've seen is a lot of people, we jump on bandwagon. Like we don't know exactly what's going on. We just joe up on it. We don't try to like get information of our own. First, someone sue you to court. They ask you to show up. You didn't show up. I don't understand what's going on with Dele's mind. Like I don't understand why he's refusing to do or why he's doing what he's doing. And I think that
it's arrogance, isn't it? Arrogance.
It might be. It might be, because the fact that and I'm guessing he's doing it for a purpose. Because why would you not show up? And I still don't understand the people that wants to do a rally. I'm not understanding what you're trying to do, because the court asks you to show up and you refuse to. So I don't know. Maybe that's the law in Nigeria, and I'm thinking the reason why they're all like wild up, that this is what I'm guessing. Because what I've seen is they're saying the way he was arrested, that's why they felt like, I mean, DSS or police, they've done it before. They would just take people. They wouldn't. They would disrespect them the way they would arrest them. So I'm guessing maybe if they're saying that. And the thing is, once the judge asks you to show up at one place and you didn't show up and they send your warrants, you really, from what I've seen, it's more like if I'm driving without license and the judge
In fact, Oriola, there's every reason for them to deny him bail if they've had to issue a warrant for his arrest because he didn't attend. There's every reason for them to, and hopefully they do. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, if it's where I live, they would deny his arrest. They won't let him go. He will stay there until the trial finish. So all of this, like, we're trying to be in a favor or against, I don't understand. To the law, it's more like somebody claim you defame him, the judge give you time multiple times to show up and you did not. So whatever you face from there, there's no more freedom for you, because the judge, from my own understanding or my experience, what I've seen, maybe not in Nigeria, that's his courtroom. He can do whatever he wants. You disrespect him. So that's what I had to say on that. Like, I just feel like all this, maybe some other people are just looking to talk for the sake of talking. Because I saw I think Atiku spoke on it, and people were like, there was a girl that was burned down and you delete your tweets. It's like the people that shouldn't be talking, they're now talking. Like the people that doesn't even, I think they just want to make it all politics, and I don't think it's right.
Oriola,
So,
somebody said, I don't like using the word, but somebody said that this ridiculous headless mob, they are really out to destroy Nigeria. At everything, they jump out to make trouble, demonstrate, and make claims. And I have an answer to that person. If somebody or some group of people want to put somebody who sat on emergency for 13 months as the president of a country, what do you think those people wish that country? Is it not to destroy that country? Some group of humans are so angry and bitter that they did not allow them to put a man who sat on emergency for 13 months as the president of a country that has over 200 million people with all manner of diseases and all manner of epidemic. And they are angry that they were not allowed to put such a man there. What do you think those kind of people wish that country? Of course, destruction. Nonsense.
yeah, but to be honest with you, the country I live in, I've seen the opposite. Opposition does very similar things. He still does not destroy the country. Like, they do the same thing. I've seen Democrat versus Republican, especially Republican. They talk so down on whoever is in charge. I understand your point. It's like they talk down on Nigeria. To be honest, a lot of people do it. Like, even from outside Nigeria, we talk down on the country. We shouldn't be doing. But I mean, to be honest, a lot of those people that are actually talking now, if you look their age group, I mean, we still see some elderly doing that too. But most people that I've seen, you can really tell on their age that they have no knowledge about how Nigeria used to be versus now. Because I've seen people call for military to take over the country. So you can definitely tell that those people, they've never seen Abacha does his thing. They've never seen Babangida did their thing. Because if they went through that time, how the country suffer, how you have oil, but people are cooking with wood, they're cooking with sawdust, they're literally like, and you can't say nothing. If they've been through those things, I don't think they would. And I don't think there's anything written down. There's no documentary about all those things. So they can refresh the younger mind that this is what some of us have to went through. We go through these things. So it's not available. So I believe that maybe that's what's going on with the young people that doesn't like the way Nigeria is going, and they can talk down which Nigeria bad, all of those things. I think that's what it really is. And I mean, I don't know who to blame. I mean, you can blame the elderly, or you can blame the country for not having history or making sure that they are aware of what happened to Nigeria and where we're going now, what's going on. So that's what I think. I mean, I can't blame them too much, because if they know, I know better, and I won't do that. And I believe there are a lot of people that a little bit older know better, and they won't do the same thing that the younger people are doing. So that's what I think.
Mr. Oriola, can I say something?
Go ahead, sir.
Please. I think it's the older people that do know better that are actually instigating the younger ones. It's the older people that know better that are instigating the younger ones. The Abuja situation, that argument about Abuja having to win in Abuja was started by this renowned lawyer. I think he's from Delta. What's his name? It's very. I mean, the process. Agbakuba, Olisa Agbakuba.
Yeah, Agbakuba.
Of all people,
he's from Anambra. He's not from Delta.
Is he from Delta? Sorry, and he did that some weeks before the election itself. And I can remember when he did that. I think it was either on Arise TV or Channels TV. He was granted an interview, and he said, and I mean, it was shameful. So, and you see some of the statements of individuals who do know better, who should know better.
But wait a second. Like that thing was not an instigation. It's just different interpretations from different people that are versed with the law. One lawyer can see it one way, another lawyer see it another way. You can't accuse him of instigation.
Olika Agbakuba is a friend of the court.
Yes, Olisa Agbakuba is a recognized, respectable lawyer in Nigeria.
He's a friend of the Supreme Court that he knows the precedents.
It doesn't mean that he understands his interpretation. And by the way, I saw his interview. His interpretation of it is that is what it meant. No, you can't accuse him of instigation for giving his own interpretation. All lawyers do it. I don't think it's fair when you come up with these sort of conclusions. You guys have to be careful when you talk like this. Look,
don't say you guys. It's me. I said this is what I said. Don't say you guys.
Okay, I'm talking to you then.
Thank you.
This
don't
man
use
came,
you guys for me.
I'm talking to you.
My own person.
I don't know your name, but whoever you are, I'm talking directly to you. This man came and gave his interpretation of the law, which is what all lawyers do at that level. Some will agree, some will disagree. How is that instigation?
But can I say something?
Go ahead.
In 2011 or 2014, when Jonathan gathered people together, what he called National Conference, Olisa Agbakuba was there. The question I keep asking is, why didn't he raise this issue of two-third FCT and say, look, this provision is ambiguous, it's not clear. Why is it that we cannot straighten it? Because they subjected that constitution to a thorough review back then. He never raised it, he kept quiet. And that's why I tend to agree with the previous speaker that he instigated that thing. He was the first to start mooting it. The same way Chief Afe also was the first to start mooting interim national government too, which that Baba took from his mouth.
But that is not a valid argument, that because he didn't bring it up in a public national conference, therefore he must be instigating it by bringing it up now.
The reason is this.
Come on now, that is not an argument. Maybe the situation, the timing wasn't right for him to bring it up then.
Dismiss it as
I'm not dismissing it. What I'm saying is that is not a justified conclusion based on that premise.
Let me quickly land. You see, what is justifiable is relative. It may not be justifiable to you. I'm trying to paint a background. My background is this. He is a lawyer. He is a former Nigerian Bar Association president. He's not just any old person. And that is why that previous speaker said he's a friend of the court. He's actually indeed a friend of the court and a member of the body of benchers. If you know what body of benchers simply means, that is the highest ranking body of legal profession in Nigeria. So the question people start asking me, particularly at the NBA level, is that if you think there's a problem with this provision since 1999 that we have been using this provision, What happened to you that you have not raised it in any of the constitutional amendment? Presently, I think our constitutional alteration now is number 6 or so, if I'm not mistaken. So we have altered this constitution 6 times. What happened that you have never raised it as a stakeholder in this field, particularly in the constitutional law? Why now? That's the question. So you may not say, you can't dismiss it as something that is not being valid. You can say, okay, he has a prerogative to determine when he should raise it. But to say, oh, it doesn't matter.
No. Don't misinterpret. That's what I said. I said that it's his prerogative when he brings it up. Because he didn't bring it up. I said because he didn't bring it up in the national conference
said
is not a conclusion that you should draw that he is then instigating. My issue with the previous speaker's comments is that he's being accused of instigating because he gave his opinion on an interpretation of the law. You can't call him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you can't conclude that.
No, that's not the only thing you are saying. You know, I love a very tidy argument. You have first said my argument is not valid, it's not justifiable, and that is the point I want to invite you back to. You may say he has a prerogative, which is I'm first person to say that now. You may say, okay, he has prerogative, you can decide when not to raise it. But to just dismiss that argument as argument that is so baseless, I don't think it. That would be uncharitable to say that argument doesn't hold anything at all. That's just my point.
Okay.
Ogbeni, sorry, before Horizon, sorry. Now that the thing has now been determined at the Supreme Court, I think it has become a law now. So it's subsequent to later. I don't think there's anybody that will be raising such a mundane issue again.
Yeah, but the point I wanted to make to you, Ogbeni, after
that is that
there are several people that are friends of the court that have different opinions on that matter at the time before it got settled. So wait. So Olisa Agbakoba just saying So Agbakoba just saying what he said was just because of his standing and the ability that he's always on TV talking, gave his opinion.
No,
and he said it during the interview. During the interview, if they can find that interview to play it, he said it during the interview. Listen, this is my interpretation of what I see.
Let me tell you example of what people say when they talk like that. See, if it's somebody like David Adeyanju that is coming to say this, people may not really have issue. Why? Because it's not a stakeholder in the legal profession. Okay, this is Olisa Agbakoba. Olisa Agbakoba was NBA president. You never raise it. What's the work of NBA president? Work of Nigerian Bar Association generally is to sanitize our laws. That's a major law. They are watchdog on our laws. And when they see something is wrong, they raise it. And at the peak of that institution, you have somebody who's heading it. That is the president. When Olumide Akpata was there, Olumide Akpata raised issues to so many areas of our laws. And he tried to push. Yes, people will know that you try to push this. But problem I have with those guys, when you never raise all these things, you were there. What happened? Is it because you were fraternized with the government of the day? And then now it now come to a stage where you have a candidate and your candidate is not winning, and you have seen it, and then that's why you're not raising.
That's a huge assumption, by the way. You don't even know if Olisa Agbakoba supported that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that is where I think you guys need to be careful. You cannot make that kind of conclusion.
Careful in making assumption.
You know, because what? Olisa Agbakoba is from Anambra, therefore he must support Peter Obi.
No, it's you guys just saying this.
No, because you said that is his candidate. You don't know if that's his candidate.
Everybody knows that is his candidate.
How do you know that? Did he say that?
I know because
I'm asking you, how do you know that?
There was an interview where
he publicly advocates for him. Now everybody knows
now. Maybe you don't know.
I mean,
and by the way, in that interview, I believe he also said that he mentioned several other lawyers that agreed with him. Were those other lawyers also supporters of Peter Obi?
Why are you shifting from one?
No, I'm trying to make a point here because what you guys are saying, I'm not shifting. What I'm trying to say to you is because he agreed with an interpretation of the law doesn't make him a Peter Obi supporter.
I said he was Peter Obi supporter. Go and check his interview now.
But what I'm saying to you is you are trying to draw a line to say he was instigating and he never did. Wait, one minute, let me speak, please.
Okay.
Because he never did it when he had his position. Therefore, it means that because now he's bringing it up because his candidate didn't win. Therefore, it must mean that no. And that is the problem I have with the comments you and the other speaker are making. Because in essence, you're saying that this man, because who knows the reason why he didn't bring it up? There could have been a myriad of reasons why he didn't bring it up at the time. My point is, you cannot draw. My point is two things. One, the previous speaker said he was instigating.
Yeah.
You cannot say that. That this man, who is a respected member of the Nigerian society, is instigating because he gave his interpretation of the law.
Look at the way you are defending Olisa Agbakoba. So Afe Babalola that this guy is talking rubbish against. He's not a respected member of. He's not a respected member of the society.
Did Agbakoba jail anybody for insulting him?
Yeah,
I'm giving my interpretation. Listen,
you see, my issue with the person who is talking is this: your argument should stay on a position. You flippancy from one position to another. What is exactly the position? At the point
when I made my position very clear. Listen, I can bring your arguments up. I can bring your arguments up, and I can point holes in your arguments that you made. I've been listening to you all evening. I can explain how you flip flop and show that you are clearly partisan. Okay, so let's just pause here before you start pointing out people's arguments.
Simply so you are too used to a beer parlor argument.
No. I can point out your own contradictions in your arguments you've made as well.
A position.
On one point, you were saying how JEJ. No. You're trying to listen, and this is what I don't appreciate. Don't try and summarize me.
You talk
right?
on yourself.
If I'm speaking about something, try to put holes in what I'm speaking about. Don't try to summarize who I am and what I am saying.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
No, you are so disorganized. You are so disorganized, and you claim to be a trained lawyer.
Gentlemen.
Luckily for you, I have been around trade lawyers. A lot of them. So you're not the only one. I have been around several of them. Highly placed.
Hold on. Let me. Sorry, when it was me that muted you. I'm muting you as well, Aizon. Let's have one voice at a time. Put a position to Ogbeni, you counter it, or then have it as a conversation rather than
a broad position.
Yeah.
I was the one canvassing an argument. I said, Olisa Agbakoba candidate was Peter Obi. He argued. He said it wasn't Peter Obi. When you intervened and said it was clear, he said it in his own interview, everybody know that it's Peter Obi. He moved immediately to another point. And I'm saying, look, how do you argue? Stay on a lane. Don't flimpancy from one point to another and start going, because one will not understand where exactly is the direction of your argument. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
Well, the central point of my argument was clear from the jump, which was that you cannot accuse the man of instigating anything, which was why I interjected. And that was the central point of my argument. You came in and tried to start pointing out things that had no bearing to the instigation, trying to claim that because he didn't bring it up previously, therefore he must be doing what now? And that doesn't make any sense. And that's the point I was making to you, that logic does not hold water, period.
No, it may sound illogical to you. Not
everything. Yeah, it does. It is illogical to me. And you don't have to agree with it. But it is illogical to me.
The thing is, say you are in a platform of intellectuals. We disagree to.
Don't tell me about intellectuals. You have no idea my intellectual standing, so don't even try that with me. No, I'm not one of these gutter people you talk to. You understand? You have your qualifications. I have mine. You understand what I'm saying? You are drawing a conclusion based on a premise that holds no water. And just because you might be a person familiar with the process of the law doesn't mean your logic holds water.
It's becoming.
You understand?
It's becoming rowdy. One man is becoming rowdy, please.
Hold on. It could have been an elegant conversation if you guys had given each other the time to counter each other rather than lay over each other's voices.
I'm fine with having a conversation based on argument of the facts and trying to debunk my argument. But when you start trying to question and make snide comments about whether my qualifications or whatever, that I will not tolerate from anybody.
Gentlemen,
you understand me? I've been around highly placed lawyers, including SANs before. And you don't try that nonsense.
Can you read what's on the
nonsense?
I'm saying nonsense when you're trying to question talking about bare parlor arguments. Listen, I'm not one of these clowns you talk to. You understand me? I'm not.
In somewhere remote.
Is anybody listening to me?
One man, I kick both of them out. If they are settled down, we will bring them back. We can't take all this.
Let me bring them back. Yeah. I think they can contain themselves.
Hold on.
Just hold on, Thomas. Izon, can you read what's on the screen? Just read it. Don't say anything other than read it. Izon.
I see it.
Yeah. So that's, we are doing all of this for the benefit of the audience, and if the audience cannot digest it, as highly as I rate Ogbeni, you are probably one of the people that I think are equally as capacitated as Ogbeni, both in terms of presentation, in terms of oratory, in terms of capacity to intuit, in terms of intellect. So a conversation between the two of you should be a real delight if both of you will enable us to enjoy it.
Well, Woman, let me just say this for the record. I have no issue with you trying to poke holes in my argument. If you are trying to say what I've said is not factual because the facts are missing or because it's not correct, whatever, that is fine. But it is the snide comments trying to attach, saying bare parlor arguments, this and that. Listen, having an argument or based on logic and facts are things you build over time, right? Engaging different people. If I was talking specifically about a specific type of law that he is more versed with or process of court, that's a different matter. But don't, and I won't tolerate from anyone. I won't give a damn what kind of qualifications you think you have. Anyone trying to question my credentials, because I know how hard I've worked for them. So if we're going to have a debate, poke holes in my argument. It's that simple. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Yes. So now let Ogbeni respond. But he was quiet. So yeah.
Yes.
Ogbeni, yes.
And I think I deserve that he should be quiet because I was quiet when he was talking.
He will be. Yes. Carry on.
Yes, I expect him, and I hope he will. One man, you see, whatever credential you have at all, when you come to a public space to canvass your argument, there's a decorum that is expected of you. Even when you're coming to dismiss somebody's argument, have a superior argument to dismiss that person's argument. Not a flippancy of you dismissing somebody's argument and jump from that person's point to another point without addressing the point and the reason why you are dismissing that person's argument. That is the loophole I find in his argument or his train of thought. And I try to pigeonhole it. Now, the fact that we talk about bare parlor argument and others is that I try to measure your capacity of arguing, and I realize that what kind of argument are you arguing? Because if there is a point on ground, we should be able to speak on that point, engage on it comprehensively, then we move to another point. But in a situation where we pick a point, you move on that point, you don't even agree that you have made a wrong position on that point, you just assimilate it and move to another point. I don't think it's tidy enough. That's just the point I'm trying to make here. Yeah, I'll be very glad to engage him in normal argument. No, the argument we are conversing on this platform is not because we want somebody to win or somebody to lose. No, we are just here to enlighten people and enlighten ourselves, and we shouldn't be here to be too big that we can't be enlightened. Thank you.
Okay, so one man, I'm not being too big not to be enlightened. My central point was made from job, right? Period. I came in, made my central point, interjected someone else. He came in and made a premise and tried to make an argument that because one didn't happen, therefore two is a result of XYZ. And that didn't make any sense. I argued that logic.
All right,
right. And by the way, there's a certain arrogance in saying you didn't accept the correction, which means you have a belief that your point of view is correct, right?
Well, and that's not arrogant now.
No, it is arrogant because until you let me finish what I'm saying.
No, but
until you hear the other side, right? And if the other side does not meet up, then you can say, I don't agree with you, X, Y, and Z. But if at the end of the day, and I do agree with you, yes, let's have a conversation. No one knows everything. If someone is wrong and I'm not married to my argument, I will accept a superior argument, right? But it has to be done. You say decorum, I agree with decorum, right? If I get bent out of shape, it's because someone has approached me with a certain language I don't appreciate, and I will correct you on the phone or in person. So that's why I'm standing. So my main point, wait. Let me go back to the argument because I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this correction. My main point has been made clear.
It's on pause. Everybody pause. So let's abandon that. That's just crossed wires. You both of you are high functioning people. So and it's usually when you feel too high functioning people, they don't often yield. So let's abandon that. But if you have the floor and go to the topic of discussion and give us your thoughts. So give us your thoughts on the actual topic rather than So
yeah, I think my interjection has given an idea of where I stand on the Farotimi matter. I think he's a pillar of Nigerian society, highly respected. He stands for the downtrodden in that. I listened to his YouTube page. I've listened to him ever since he has come onto the floor. And by the way, I was aware of him before Peter Obi ran for office. So there are certain people that have said he was a no one before that. No, I was aware of him before that. I've listened to him. I know he went to Lagos State University. He's a very well respected, and you can tell from what he champions that he stands for a society that should be right. I remember listening to him once on another platform where they advocate for secession. And he spoke out very clearly and very eloquently about how he's not for secession. And he gave his reasoning. And the reasoning he gave was because the people that will secede end up having those same local chiefs in their new country. So essentially, as far as where I stand, and anyone can say what they want to say with their opinion, this is someone that is very well respected. He obviously wrote a book. He made a comment about a man. The man did not
within certain quarters, you mean respected within certain quarters?
Yeah, it's a matter of, everyone, even Jesus Christ had people that hated him, right? One man. So the thing is, he made a comment, wrote a book. Okay, someone didn't appreciate the book. The person has taken action, and he actually said it, because I listened to his podcast I think a week or two before this incident happened, and he mentioned that. So I guess we'll see how this whole thing unfolds. I'm not even. If he was wrong, yeah, he should pay. If he made a comment and it was unfounded and he had no basis and tried to destroy someone's character, then yes, he should face the music.
If he was found guilty, would you?
Adewale, I beg. I listened to you yesterday. You didn't even let. I don't even know who he was. I think, or Morris. You didn't let him interject.
Okay, no problem.
Let me finish my point. Okay, if he was made wrong, then yeah, he should face the music. It's that simple. But if he has evidence on the contrary, and is able to blow wide open this corruption that we all know exists in the Nigerian judiciary. No, again, for those that may want to interpret this the wrong way, no one is saying every judge is corrupt, but the system is rotten, and we know that, right? It's like our civil service. The system is rotten. Not every civil servant is corrupt. Same thing with the police. So we know we have a fundamental problem. Period. It exists. It needs to be fixed, right? It's broken, right? It needs to be fixed.
Aizo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Simba, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, I want to ask you, if we believe that Osa is championing the cause of the common people, is a good man, and the same system that is accusing, why is he not obeying the system? Is it by not obeying the rules and regulation of the country that you now champion the cause of returning the country to the right path? When he was summoned, why didn't he go to the court?
Yeah, that's a good question. Dele Farotimi'S has to answer that question. I don't know why he didn't go to the court. But what I'm not going to do, Simba, is
because to me that is like a civil disobedience also.
But we don't know why he didn't go.
Can I say something?
Wait a second. Let me answer him.
He doesn't have that prerogative not to go, though. It's not an optional choice.
No,
the court invites you and then you decide if you want to go or not.
I don't know why he didn't go, one man. That's all I can speak to. I can't say,
wait.
Now you ask me a question. Are you going to let me
answer? City boy. City boy will not go to Ekiti.
Yeah. Let me answer the question. Yeah, ask me a question. I don't listen.
Yeah, go on.
And by the way, this is where is in this situation, I would defer to Ogbeni and say, listen, is there a situation where someone can not obey the court order in an Ekiti court while he's in Lagos? Is there ever a situation or a loophole where that would exist? I don't know. I'm just saying that.
I don't. But earlier on, you said, okay, you equally have a good knowledge of law because you have been working with so many
knowledge of law. I didn't say
what do you mean by saying you are being around eminent lawyers and all those
things? This is why listening is very important, Simba. I never said that. I didn't say. I said I know have debates
but if
and
you
have
say
arguments with people.
you have been around people, then that means you
I've been
you
around
also
lawyers
have
doesn't make
some
me one.
knowledge.
If I've
So
been around lawyers doesn't
what
make
does
me a
that mean?
lawyer.
Literally, what does it mean?
And
That
so
means
if
you
you've
are
been around
showing
people
us
that
that
if you have
you.
lawyers in your family, does that make you a lawyer? No.
But you is what you are. Okay, so what do you infer by saying that? Tell us.
It infers that just because you are a lawyer that is highly trained, who have been around, it doesn't make you impervious to solid argument. That's all it means. Your interpretation is that I'm somehow some bastion of the law because I've been around lawyers. I never said that.
All right.
All right. By the way, so I've answered your question. One man, I was saying something before I was interrupted.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was, at the end of the day, we're going to see how this thing plays out. He's going to have his day in court. This man, I don't think, one, he's definitely not an idiot. Two, he's a lawyer. He's trained. He's not an imbecile. He's trained. He's a lawyer. He understands the law. If he wrote a book and he documented this, he would not do that unless there was a reason or unless he had something concrete. That is my interpretation and my deduction, right, on that matter. So I want to move away from. I want to move away from that because I know.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, very genuine question.
One man, can I move? Can I move away from that?
All right. We can hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. Let's regain. So it's on. You can either move away from there or take a question each from Arogi Degba and on Ogwedi, or we move to then we have from Larry.
I want to talk about the France situation, but go ahead, ask the question.
Okay. Before you go ahead, it's because I objected somebody not interject me yesterday. So
no, I was
me
listening to you yesterday, and the guy was trying to
it was directed to a particular individual. No. It was to that particular individual, not everybody. But it's okay. I would not disrespect anybody on this platform. But
I have
it
no
was
problem with people
deliberate towards that
interjecting. I listened
individual.
to that yesterday, and I thought it was. I thought you didn't
And
even
I
give him a
respect
chance.
you. I respect you.
And that's what I'm saying. Like you know.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine.
Can I ask my question now?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. So, first and foremost, I never said because Odisa Agbakoba is from Anambra and Obi is from Anambra, therefore Obi is Odisa Agbakoba's candidate. It's you that said that. I never said that. Just to put that.
Ogbeni, please give me microseconds. Please give me microseconds, please. One man.
Yes.
One man. Are you hearing me? Please. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yes. I think this platform, we are all adults and intellectual. I don't think there is less than 20 years old on this platform.
Well, Oriola is here, but carry on.
Yeah. But when we started saying these people cannot interject me, that one cannot interject me, but same person that said nobody cannot interject him, if an obedient that is leaning towards his own side wanted to interject, if we allow, if the batifiers say obedient cannot interject me, if another batifier try to interject, it will let him. It doesn't build. What we are here to disagree, to agree, and to agree to disagree. So it doesn't make the platform good. It doesn't look good in my own side, but I think it doesn't look good, one man. That's just my own observation. You can have, yes, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Not everything will be balanced all the way through. So the way we try to run it is that whoever has the floor essentially takes over the role of the moderator, etc., etc. So with the moderators, we're at the background just to pull back excesses. So the person that has the floor, he has the discretion or she has the discretion to take an interjection or not. A good example was Dewale, the example of Dewale that is on citing. Dewale did not want that specific individual because maybe the individual rankles him in a particular way, or he knows the political leaning of that person and didn't want to go in that direction. So he has the right of refusal, and he also has the right of acceptance. So whoever has the floor has the right to decide if they want to take the interjection, because they're the ones being asked the question. So they can either say, no, I don't want a question from you, or yes, let me hear it. So I think until we find a better way, maybe we'll hold on to that. Yeah. So yeah.
My question to Aizon is, what is your, now you have said that
he should be deemed innocent, which is guaranteed under the Constitution, fine. And then you have said that Chief Afe Babalola also has the right to protect his reputation. Good. Now that we have the case now ongoing, and then we'll be commencing trial, how do you see this protest? Are you in support of the protest? Then what exactly do you think this protest is aiming to achieve? Thanks.
As far as what the protest is aiming to achieve, I'm not part of it, so I can't. But I can only say what I've heard from the people that are organizing the protest. And what I've heard is they want to protest that, I guess for Dele to be Dele. One man, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not sure if this is accurate. I heard this. Is he being released on the 10th of this month?
No, the case was adjourned till the 10th.
Oh, till the 10th.
So,
okay.
But then I don't think the judge was really averse to granting him bail, because it's not anything. It's just a defamation case. But it said the way that the bail was applied for was not the proper manner he would prefer it to be applied for. So by the 10th, they'll just present a bail application, and then he'll set some conditions, and then Farotimi will be on his way. I don't expect that he'll be in that custody past the 10th.
Yeah, I think Omoyele Sowore is deciding to have this protest, and I mean, everyone has the right to protest. Already, it's their constitutional right to have peaceful protest against something they feel is not right in society. From what I've listened to, this isn't exclusively about Farotimi. I think there's a larger issue that they want to kind of bring to the fore regarding unjust incarceration, police mistreatment. A lot of people are not happy with the way the police went into his office and threatened to shoot people if they didn't give them their phones. They assaulted his help at his office. This is narrative we've heard on the news.
Yes, those are anecdotal, though. Those are
that's why I said narratives we've heard on the news, not anything that all of us saw. But they did interview the help. She did state it. Of course, she's a witness. And they interviewed someone else in his office, and the man stated clearly that they asked for the phone. He said no, they threatened to shoot him. So if that is the case, I don't think anyone on this platform will agree with that kind of behavior by the Nigerian police in an office. This isn't a violent criminal that they went after. Is a well-known member of society. He's not a flight risk. I don't understand why they would feel they have to behave like that in that kind of environment. So, protests are at the behest of who wants to protest. It's not any of us to say whether or not. If we disagree, that's our personal opinion. We don't have to agree with the protest, but is their right? So that's where I'll leave it on that. So one man, I'll move on to the situation with the French government and the mining rights and those sort of things in the north. I listened to Baba Yusuf give his thoughts. Sometimes I disagree with certain things he said, but I agree with a lot of things he said regarding this. If indeed, because we don't know the full details of what was signed, but if indeed it's an agreement giving over mining rights to the French government in the northern part of Nigeria, I think our northern brothers have every right to be upset if they were not included or carried along in that plan. You understand? The federal government may have the exclusive rights.
Sorry, remind us where you are from again.
I'm from the south.
Right. Where exactly in the south?
I'm from south.
Yes. And you're the one talking like this. Did they consult you when they gave away all your oil? Did anybody consult you?
And that's why I'm talking like this, one man, because I can empathize. You understand? That's why I'm talking like this, because for you to, and that's why I keep saying Nigeria never learns its lessons. For you to say, okay, you want to have mine, at the very least, you would just have conversations to say this is what we are envisioning and what the plan is. Because at the end of the day, France comes in, you have to go into those communities to get the minerals, right? These are exclusively northern communities. You have to work with the local communities to get the minerals, whether they like it or not, right? We are a federation. Even if the federal government does have the exclusive rights, it doesn't mean it should act unilaterally and just say, okay, I'm going to France, I'm going to sign and just move on. That's what they did with us. right? And we've had issues about that. So that should have served as a lesson for the country to learn. And then you go to those people, you have conversations, you create an arrangement, you go to France, if it's France or whomever else you're trying to bring in, that's what I think should have happened there. They didn't do it. So tomorrow, if they bring the French government and you have issues in there, no one should be surprised, because you can't just ignore
But
the
are you sure that was not done? Because this northerners that you're saying, they have representative in government also.
Well, yeah, they do.
So,
And
so
according
what you are
to
saying, are you sure? Are you sure? Though, I think what we do most of the time is that once somebody is speaking to our sentiment, then we tend to agree with the person. The same person, this Shehu that you are talking about, is antecedent.
Baba Yusuf.
Yes, Baba Yusuf, yes. Is antecedent. But now maybe it's speaking to your sentiment, and that's why you are just listening to him and you believe whatever he's talking about.
You're funny. No, I mean, at the end of the day, I've listened to him before. There are a lot of things he has said I totally disagree with. A lot of things. But I listened to him objectively.
Because if you look at this mineral in the first place, let me say this. All these minerals that you're talking about, it's not as if they are lying them fallow. They are being stolen. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
So, what are they spoken against that?
Yes,
before we
I've listened to him. I've listened to him speak out against this theft. I've listened to him speak out against the theft.
Who are those stealing it? There is people.
Yeah, but
what has he done about that? Have they had just hold on? I have the community that you are saying that they have they benefiting anything from those minerals right now?
Of course not.
What have they done? Even the northern people that are speaking now, have they had the meeting and say, what can we do about this to solve this problem? No. Okay. The answer is no. Okay. You understand? The way in Aizon, let me just finish. The way we are, all of us, the way we treat that country, you understand, is just not fair. And if we continue the way we are talking and the way we are behaving, it's not as if we hate corruption. It's not as if we hated all this not abiding to the rule of law. When it favors us, we keep silent and we support it. When it doesn't favor us, we speak against it. And that's what we do. And that's what you have been demonstrating since we came on this platform today.
Oh,
because you are,
but that's far from the truth.
May not ask you the question earlier on. Somebody that is talking about lack of rule of law and everything, he was summoned by the court. You are giving reason for him that he doesn't know the reason why he didn't go to court. You understand? Must there be a reason? If court summoned you, the onus lies on you to obey the court, and you go and defend yourself. There is no reason for anybody to disobey the court. So, and then the second one, we'll just continue. It shows the kind of person that we are, and that's how our country is like.
Simba,
so you finished.
Can I
Hold on,
everybody. It's not bring it on. We go on to BT.
Let me first of all address what he just said. He said a lot of things. The first thing about
are you going to BT now or?
No, I'll come to you, Larry. So Larry then BT. Sorry, yeah, Larry.
The first thing about Farotimi'S addressing it, I said he probably has his reasons for why he didn't go. Right? I didn't say he should disobey the court. I didn't condone disobeying the court. I said he has his reasons for why he did not go.
He has clearly stated his reasons.
No. Sorry, I want us to move away from that Farotimi space.
I said he has his reasons for why he chose not to go to the court. How you can draw a straight line from that to because someone is supporting this, and I have no idea how that logic ties in. As far as Baba Yusuf is concerned, I listened to him intently and objectively as someone from that region. Yes, there are people stealing the gold or whatever it is they are stealing there. Yes, the people in there are not benefiting. So what does that mean? That means that the president should bring someone else in without consulting the people that own the land, because people are currently stealing it. Now, what kind of deduction is that? They're stealing oil in certain parts of Niger Delta. If you want to bring a new company, aren't you going to talk to the local people? So because they're stealing their oil, just bring anybody and take it. That doesn't make any sense. And that is the first, you want to start something new, but you start it off with a conflict because you're not engaging the local people. If that was in your backyard, I don't think you appreciate that either. So let's be careful. Yeah, saying that, like to agree with people because they are speaking our narrative. This has nothing to do with anyone's narrative. It's just simple deduction and fact. If you're going to a certain part of Nigeria, whether it's in Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, or your Calabar or River State, you should engage the local people first before you do anything like that. It's just simple procedure and respect. I don't understand why that's so hard for him to understand.
Wait, can I ask
so Baba Yusuf is correct.
No, sorry.
Baba Yusuf is correct in being upset. And by the way, if you listen to the interview he had, he said it very clearly that President should bring it back and take it to our I don't know the term he used, permanently asleep legislature, so they can go ahead and decide on this. And from what we've just seen with how they stopped this tax bill, the North, if there's anything, they've demonstrated that they have the wherewithal. If you follow
the tax bill has been stopped.
Yeah, didn't they halt it? Didn't they suspend it?
They paused it for a day.
Okay, yeah. So, and why did they pause it, one man?
Because they wanted they wanted the input of the Attorney General or the Minister of Justice or something.
But it's been paused. I mean, there was obviously a lot of opposition to it, and it came from the North. They were united in that opposition for the most part. So, I mean, end of the day, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, and that is the procedure, whether we love it or hate it. That is the procedure in the democracy we're in. So, if he wants to do this with France, yeah, take it to the legislator. Let's decide and let them agree that this is okay. So you don't have any problems if you want to extract the minerals in the future. If not, you're going to have a lot of problems in the North, outside of just the French. Woman, I digress. You can let your friends take over.
Oh, not my friend. You're my number one friend. Is also you know how far back you and I go. But that's a reason, of course. We're going to Larry next. On our way to Larry, let me highlight again. Saturday, which is not today, where I am, we're having a big guest come join us. Chief Tola Adeniyi. He's for the former chairman of Daily Times, a senior functionary within the Nigerian political space. The link to that session is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to, everybody should come and join. So click on the link, bookmark it so you don't miss it. It's going to be a riveting session. And then the following Saturday. So this one is tentative, but I'll give you the final confirmation tomorrow. We tentatively have Shegun Showunmi coming to join us on Saturday, the 14th. So tentatively, I spoke to him earlier on today. He agreed it, but we'll firm it up tomorrow. Then I can give you a definite tomorrow. Or yes, so tentatively the 14th, and then the Sunday, the 15th. We're working on another guest, so you might well have that weekend fully booked. But so make sure you're subscribed and dial all your excitement to the platform as we listen to Larry. So Larry, floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, woman. Good evening, fellow panelists, and good evening to our audience.
Good evening to you. You couldn't be at anymore. You've been tracking this. I've been seeing you in the comment section on this show.
I want to go and sleep, so.
No, I was saying that I've been seeing you in the comment section over the last 2 days on this Dele Farotimi'S matter.
No, for the Dele Farotimi'S, I think what I've actually been doing is more of learning, right? So for me, it's more of that's the perspective in which I actually handle things. And thank you, Ogbeni. I think he has actually done a great job. For me, it's not more of debating probably one person is right or one person is wrong. I think it's for me, to learn and to kind of like get to know some things I don't know. That's my own perspective on some of all those things, right? So because no matter how much I argue, it's not going to change anything. The law is the law. So that's my perspective on that. So I will still speak on it, but let me start with this French, this TINUBU and Baba Yusuf, coming on Arise TV and talking and everything. The problem I have with people, particularly this guy, it's always good to have that opportunity, go on Arise News, talk, blah, blah, see if they are sanctimonious. This same guy, now let me start from the guy himself. This same guy was the former NHIS boss that was kicked out because of corruption. He was dragged to National Assembly, and National Assembly recommended that he should be removed. This same guy, all he has been doing has never been based on facts. It's more of gaslighting. He did the same thing when Niger was having issues with ECOWAS. He was on TV, started gaslighting. He lies a lot. He doesn't get his facts right, but he believes that, yeah, probably some people that they believe, probably says things that they want to hear, stuff like that. I don't even care about those things. Because I think I think for me, when I listen to people, particularly when TV stations invite some of all those people, number one thing I want to look at is that person speaking to facts, or that person is just being emotional, or that person is just speaking to his own bias, which is exactly what I've seen with Baba Yusuf. Fine, you've been an article guy. You've always been, no, you don't want TINUBU. Yeah, I understand. It's your choice. But don't use that as an opportunity to lie, to gaslight the government. And I heard the last speaker that was saying, probably if France wants to do something, he has to go through National Assembly, he has to do this, he has to do that. No, that's not how it works. If a company in France wants to do business, that company will be given the same opportunity that every other company from every other country from the world, right, have. France is not peculiar. Company based in France, if that company has an interest in mining, all they need to do is to go through the normal route that every other country goes through. They shouldn't be picked out and say, because you're a France company, then you have to go through National Assembly. No, that's not how it works. It's a normal thing. Everybody go through the process. And unfortunately, I heard I think there is a clarity on that. Federal government basically came out and said, no, that's not what they signed. That what they signed was for them to kind of like work more on research, work more on training. But, I understand where Baba Yusuf is always coming from, coming in and, we are the Northerners, we are the this, we are the that, like as if he has authority and all those things. So, but for me, why did Baba Yusuf, why did he have problem with Buhari? He had problem with Buhari basically because after he was removed from NHIS, then he became anti-government. Baba Yusuf, that was a staunch Buhari supporter, immediately moved to Atiku. So for me, those are not personalities I take serious, because I understand that if you're coming on national platform like that, probably Arise TV, though fine, Arise TV channels, TVC, get your fact right. If you've not really got your fact right, state it categorically. They're probably, okay, I don't get my fact right, I'm not sure this is the thing, but what if this is the thing, then yeah, you can just say it like that. So you can actually save yourself from that. So that's what I want to say on that. And now let me talk about this Farotimi issue. You see, the problem I have, it's not even with the Farotimi, it's the gaslighting. The gaslighting is actually the problem. These are what I've seen recently is, if you have anybody that their views do not go in line with your views, the next thing you see is this mob mentality. They gaslight you. They're all over the internet. They even go outside Nigeria. If they see that you have affiliation with one or two things outside Nigeria, they're always there, disgracing the country everywhere, as if it's only Nigeria. And this is not just the first time. They've been doing it. Even during the election, they did the same thing. There was a case with the University of Chicago. They were all over the internet. The mayor of Chicago had to lock a Twitter space. No, this is crazy. The same thing happened. Falano and Very Dark Man. Basic thing, gaslight anybody. No, it's not this, it's not that. Now, the same thing is happening with this Afe Babalola thing. They are everywhere. Broom, broom, broom. Oh, we'll go to this, we'll go to that, and everything is all about gaslighting. And I ask myself one thing. Even if you go to all those places, the first thing they want to ask you is, will your gaslighting overtake the rule of law? No. You can shout, you can cry, you can do whatsoever you want to do. But the rule of law is the rule of law, because those other countries that you want to go to, they uphold the rule of law. Farotimi himself said it. The only thing he said was basically, oh, yeah, they are purported this, they are purported that, which basically means that he doesn't even believe in it. So why are we crying foul? If you are invited to the court, you believe in the court, you don't believe in the court, you still need to show yourself. You still need to be present in the court. If you can't go in the court, to the court personally, you send someone to represent you. That's how it works. It's not just for you to come choose whatever you want, any court you want to go. It doesn't work like that. And after and he said it himself. After they've said that severally, they issued a bench warrant. And when you yourself know they've issued a bench warrant, what are you expecting? You should definitely expect that you'll be arrested. And after that, I like the fact that there was CCTV, because if there were no CCTV, it's a different ball game. These same people, oh, they beat this, they did this, they did that. But and they were quick to bring the CCTV of Dele Farotimi'S when they went to get him. And when those other guys, they came to pick the phone. So, but they were painting something different. Oh, they beat this, they did this, they did that. Where is the video? Where is the CCTV? Where is the footage? They can't bring the footage. And even the police basically said, that footage that we saw, that the guy came to pick the phone.
Sorry, Larry. That's a legitimate point you just made, actually. So we had the one of the staff in that chamber telling us how they slapped her or whatnot. But when we saw the arrest of Dele Farotimi, we saw that whole premises was covered in CCTV. So from the outside office to the parameters, to the courtyards and whatnot, everywhere covered by CCTV. We saw that in the Farotimi footage. So why don't they present the footage of this lady being slapped by the police and all whatnot? Because they have CCTV now.
Yeah, because obviously it's not the police that released the footage. They were the one that released the footage. And if they want to release, if they actually have a point, I think that's the first footage they would definitely want to release. But we don't have the footage. Oh, they interviewed those person, this person said this. No, that's not what I want to hear. If you can provide some evidence, right, without you being asked to provide evidence, why not provide the other evidence? So why are we more, and the problem I have is this, and this is why I think the lawyers in Nigeria also need to put some decorum. The people that confuse people more are the lawyers. And it's not just the lawyers, it's those social media lawyers and those Arise TV channels lawyers. And I'll call names. Falano is one of them. Agbakoba is one of them. What I know is when a case is in court, and when you as a lawyer, you go to all these national TVs, you are supposed to put in some decorum. But in most cases, what you see is some of all these lawyers, they come with pronouncements. A case is in court. Falana was in, I think, in Arise News or channels saying, oh, no, it's not a criminal offense. No, it's a civil offense. It's not this, it's not that. Who is it to come tell us? I think there should be some decorum. Let the court decide. And that's the problem, because a lot of people believe they respect some of all those people, right? And they believe that their views some of their views are always right. And anything they say, people quickly pick it up. And it's a lie. Some of all these guys are always on national TV, but the real lawyers will tell you, go and check them. How many cases have they won? It's always good. Go and, if you can flex more in the courts and not come and flex on national TV and deceive people. Because those are the main people that gaslight the judiciary. Because immediately you come in, they are interviewing you, you are given a position. And probably if the judge gives a contrary position, people think the judges are corrupt. And that's the problem of that country. And I think NBA, the judiciary, they need to focus on all these people.
Larry, but I think they said any case in court, there are certain things you don't say about those cases. Don't Baba Falana know better? You understand what I mean?
You see, the problem is this. They know. It's not like they don't know. They will tell you, oh, I don't want to speak on this. But some of all this is, they basically, fine, you may have your personal view. But the fact that you are a lawyer, some of those, your personal view, you keep it to yourself. Because I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's how the profession is supposed to be. But the moment you make a pronouncement, no, this is this is that. And people quickly jump with those things because, oh, okay, the Falana said this, right? And if the judge, because this is more like you're basically gaslighting the judge, because the judge, if the judge says something else, people say, oh, the judge, the judiciary is this, judiciary is that. And that's the problem I have. And that's why in most cases, they are always pitching the people against the judiciary. Because people believe their views are the right views. So that's the problem I have. So as far as Farotimi is concerned, right? For me personally, with everything he said in that his publication, if he can't defend it, so there is no point. You understand what I'm saying? If you can't defend it, because you can't just come and say, oh, this and that. No, bros, help us. You want to help the judiciary, then you need to help us by giving us real evidence. But if you don't have evidence, shut up. But if he has evidence, I'll be happy. So for me, he should, I think they said on the 10, I want to see a situation. I don't want him to, in terms of them challenging that particular case, I know they can go with technicalities, which is normal for everybody, all lawyers to want to do. If he really wants, if he's a good activist and he believes all he's trying to do is to help sanitize the system, he should face the main case and challenge Afe Babalola with evidence. Yeah, that's my own view on that. And another thing I want to talk about, it's this issue of exchange rates. It's so funny. There are people, that country, sometimes government might want to try, but you see, we have internal sabotage even within the people. And one of the people I will pick is Deji Adeyanju. I don't know if there is a law. Probably I will ask, I don't know, is Ogbeni still here? Okay, I think Ogbeni is still here. Yeah, I will ask you this. Is there a law now? Every time I remember when we started this issue of exchange rate and everything, Deji Adeyanju will always come online and tell people, oh, the exchange rate is better, is getting to stabilize. Go and buy more and hoard. Go and buy more and keep dollars. Go and buy more and keep. so as to ensure that, you know, the exchange rate can go haywire again. And he's been doing that, you know, severally, right? You know, even when the exchange rate is beginning to stabilize, he comes on his Facebook and he kind of like, oh, no, don't mind them. Just go and buy and keep, which for me, personally, I see it more as an economic sabotage. So, Ogbeni, is it something that is legal for an individual to do that? And if so, is there anything that can be done against that?
I'm not too sure, because that's what he's simply doing is speculating and then advising people to buy. As long as it's not compelling them, you know, it's very tricky, because even if there's any law like that, it's still going to run foul of the provision of the constitution that allow freedom of speech. So everything, they will still pack it inside freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So he's just expressing himself and speculating.
But when, what are we going to do this freedom of speech? Everybody hide under to instigate violence, to instigate people. It's just crazy, man.
It's democracy. So there's a thin line, you know, there's a thin line between that freedom and then the limits and the hedges of each, you know, strands of freedom that you have. And that's where it's a bit tricky. Even in advanced countries, it's a bit tricky. You remember last time in the UK now, those guys that were protesting that the blacks, the immigrants should leave their country and everything. You know, they jailed them. They were just giving them 6 months, 8 months, because they couldn't really, you know, pick the difference between that freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and then so in most cases they just jailed them based on violence, you know, that they caused. Some of them maybe based on cyber insightful statement on cyberspace, which is still even debatable too. You know, it is a tricky one. I just hope governments should just be doing what they've voted them to do, regardless of what Deji Adeyanju is saying. You know. So I'm not aware of any law on that in that area. You know, law is a very wide thing. Maybe those ones that are in charge in area of economic law and others will understand, but I'm not an expert in that area.
Oh, okay. Well, for me, you know, it's, you know, I see some of all these people, they come
You
in.
just want everybody locked up, don't you, oh, Larry? You want Farotimi locked up, Adeyanju locked up, Dore locked up.
No,
locked up.
One man. You see the problem I have.
Imagine if they go and arrest Peter Obi, that would be delicious, wouldn't
One
it?
man. You know the problem I have. I hate hypocrites. Right? I hate hypocrites. You can't be saying you want the country to be better. Right? You can't be saying you want the economy to be better and you say you are an activist that is trying to ensure that things are right. And when there is a slight improvement or for things to get right, you same person, you now still come out to sabotage that thing, and you tell me that you're fighting for things to be right. That's not activism. That's hypocrisy. So those are things that for me, it's a personal thing for me, right? You may not like the person that is the president, but you can't take away the love for the country. If you don't love the country, you can't come in and sabotage the country and expect me to clap for you. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Because this same you that is sabotaging that country will still be the same person that will say, oh, I'm an activist, I'm fighting for the country. What exactly are you fighting for? You are using one hand to close the door and you are using another hand to open the door. So that's, for me, that's not the kind of things that I believe in. I believe in people that are straight, people that have the love for the country, that everything they are doing is basically for the country. And that's activism for me. If you do that, you may, you don't need to be in the same, you don't need to agree with the government. Criticize the government. But when it comes to having the love for the country, you can't take that away. So that's what I call activism, as far as I'm concerned. That's where some of all these guys, that come in and, let's go and do this, let's go and do that. One thing I want to do is I will look at you. Where exactly are you really doing this? Is it for a good cause? Or probably you are trying to take advantage of things and take advantage of people because you believe that when people are weak, you feel they are gullible and you can use your game and everything and, incite them, go and do this, go and do that. And at the end of the day, you personally know what you're doing. Because someone like me, you can't just call me to go protest, because to go protest, I want to ask you, why am I protesting? What am I protesting for? But you basically know that there are people that, may not really ask you those things, right? They just feel like,
if Samuel can sit down in Finland and controlling Nigeria, go and do this, go and burn down, and some people are going to do that. Can you imagine? Go on, my brother.
So for me, right? So that's where I lie, because there are a lot of people, they are Nigerians too, right? But a little bit gullible, that are not ready to ask the questions. You can't just tell me to go protest, because I want to ask you, want to have a conversation. I want to ask you, what exactly are we protesting for? What do we want to achieve with that protest? And if we don't protest, what is the implication? Those are things I want to ask you. But there are people that won't ask you, because protesting for me, okay, there is a case in court. The court has made a pronouncement. You said go and protest. Protest for what? What exactly do I want to protest for? Right? Okay, where exactly do you want? You said, protest. Go to that court, right? Barricade the court. Go to Aare Afe Babalola's chamber. Go to London. Go to this. For what? Why? Are you trying to twist the court to do what? To do your own bidding? So what exactly is that? So those are not things that, for me personally, right, it doesn't really make any sense to me. It's just more of looking for every opportunity, that are coming because you want to achieve your own personal agenda, not because your own personal agenda, be protest general, protest MD, protest CEO, and at every point, not really because protest for this is just, it doesn't really make any sense to me. So that's my own view, and these are my own personal view. We might not really go in line with what anybody believes, even on the platform. I own rights to that, and I've just put out my own personal view on that. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, Larry. So that's Larry. That's probably a passion that we've had Larry in a long time. So that's Larry. Thank you, Larry. So we've gone from Larry to BT, Baba T, the mighty man himself, a prince amongst paupers. Baba T, BT. After all that build up,
Baba T is not here. If Baba T is here, he would have been targeted.
After all that build up, look at this guy, I withdraw everything I said about you, Look at that. Okay. Let's go to Aare Gidigba, the mighty man himself, Prince, the Aare Gidigba.
Hello, one man.
Aare Gidigba. Yes.
One man. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Hello to everyone. So for me, I'd like to say something.
Sorry, Aare Gidigba. Apologies to interject you. Let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Sleep calls. Let me go answer his call. That's Choma, the super chatter. That's Navisad who does an Ayo style super chat. That's Choba trying to abuse somebody with super chats. And she's belly aching that I didn't highlight it. So thank you to those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thomas, over to you. We've got Aare Gidigba right there. Simba yet to talk. BT whenever it's ready. So the conversation carries on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. And remember, we have a special guest tomorrow, 10 o'clock UK time. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much.
How are you, my brother?
Thank you very much, General Thomas. Evening, sir. So I mean,
I hear them. Yeah. Go on.
Izon made a statement earlier on, and I'd like to say something about it. He said, "We don't know why Dele Farotimi'S chose not to honor the court." But I think Dele Farotimi'S himself, as if one may be supporter valiantly, said the reason he's not going to attend the court is because he doesn't believe in that court. So he's made it very clear.
Can you imagine a lawyer saying he's not going to attend the court? A lawyer, not a doctor, not a plumber.
I mean, he went and he wasn't said, in secret. It was said publicly. I mean, the videos are there. He was asked very pointedly, and he did say that he's aware that they've done and he described it as a kangaroo. I'm not sure if that's the exact word he used, but essentially as a kangaroo court that has been formed in some place by some people, and they've done a summons, they've been able to, acquire a summons, and they expect him. And he said he doesn't intend, he doesn't care much for them. They should do what they want to do. They should essentially do their worst, which they have done. He must have been expecting us. He must have been expecting that something is going to come of it. So I mean, that might be bravery in his own.
Don't you think he's looking for the masses as sympathize, or which English I will use? Empathy.
So I think really what he's trying to do is this. He's intelligent enough to know that he's put himself in a very difficult position. So he knows that. And I think he wasn't when he wrote the book, as is very common in Nigeria. We've seen several books written. Olusegun Obasanjo wrote is written about a number of books. In fact, none of Obasanjo's books have been without. Is essentially. I don't want to be extreme in my use of the word, defame some individuals. He's made some commentary about individuals, and he's made historical commentary that puts him in the best light, but at the same time, defames other individuals. So I think it's become common in Nigeria because we're really not a reading people. I mean, a lot of books get written in Nigeria every single year. A lot of people, put out their biographies, historical books, but as a country, the general population doesn't tend to read much anymore. It's very, very. So he possibly would have thought to himself that a portion of individuals will read the book, but because the book has been out for a while. The book, I think the book has been out for more than a month, to the best of my knowledge. I think the book came out sometimes late July or August even. I'm not certain, but I think so.
This year?
Yes, this year. It's been out for more than 2 months anyway. It's not like it's just a matter of the book was released in the last 2-3 weeks. But what has happened is, I think he found out very quickly that there was going to be response. I don't think he possibly, when he was writing the book, obviously he has a personal vendetta with Afe Babalola based on some cases that he might have lost to Afe Babalola's chambers, and and obviously he has some personal grudge, a grievance against the man. So I think what has happened is, while writing the book, he's been taken away with emotions. He's published the book himself, which means that most likely he is not actually, because if the book is being published by a publisher, a reputable publisher, they will have their own legal team go over the book to cover themselves. They will possibly also have someone look over the book to look over the book and get someone else to, and then they might ask you to take some things away. They might ask you to rephrase some statements, and that happens normally. But he's published the book himself, so possibly it is not actually sought. It's possible that it's not sought a second opinion, or it's not sought a second opinion from someone that might disagree with him.
If you could have used allege, you could have off the hook. There's an alleged,
Yes.
I don't give that. We always talk about something, but we always use that allege. So nobody can put that on you. Allege. You will have used allege.
Thomas. He didn't know the premise at which he was coming from. This guy had a case together with Afe Babalola, I think on one land issue. You understand? Which he lost to him. Instead of him to concede the defeat and say, okay, maybe he didn't represent his client very well. That was when he came up with this allegation. You understand? Apart from that, instead of him to even limit it to him alone, he now generalized it to the Nigerian judicial system.
And called the number of judges actually. Apparently, the number of judges were actually listed as well.
They said he mentioned some names.
So, to the best of my knowledge, I think what has happened is
let me tell you, what you are saying, maybe he wanted to use it to sell the book, but the thing, if it backfired on him, whatever he realized from it will cover out more than what you will realize from the book.
Yes. I'm going to say that as well. I'm going to come to that as well. That's one of the things I've been thinking actually this evening. So I think he's found himself in a difficult position. I think what he was trying to do by avoiding the court is he knows that he can't win in the courts because he knows he can't prove it. Possibly. This is what I'm thinking. Okay. So he thinks I'm not going to be able to win them in court anyway. They've instigated the suit anyway in Ekiti. He's not going to be able to win. If I actually do not attend, I'm going to lose anyway, because if I don't participate, they will just, the judgment will be in their favor anyway. And then I can then argue that, well, I didn't, because I can just argue that, well, I didn't even defend myself. So, it's, you know what I mean? I didn't even show up because I know they're not going, I'm not going to get a fair judgment, if you get what I mean. So I think that's why he didn't actually
I think what they have succeeded in doing is to confuse, not even convince, confuse the Nigerian people about what law says about defamation, and then the way and manner in which he was arrested. Yes. Do you understand? Because there is a lot of lies that he was abused, was this, a lot of things. Let me even tell you, this one might not actually be clearly related. And what happened during that time, sometimes in 2017, my brother's car was stolen inside my compound in Ilorin. 6 months after, they wanted to register the same car in Abuja. Somebody working in Nigerian law school bought the car from the people that bought it from the person that stolen it, and he wanted to re-register that car in Abuja. But because of this system that they have already put in place in Nigeria, it shows immediately they put the chassis number that this car has been registered before, and they pop up all the data and the name and everything of the owner. So they called my brother that it was your car stolen. He said yes, that your car is somewhere in Abuja now. So immediately, and the car was stolen in Ilorin. So immediately he called me, and then I went to the police headquarters in Ilorin and reported to them. Because we reported to them when the car was stolen, that this car that we reported to you has been found in Abuja. And the police in Ilorin said, okay, that is their own case because the car was stolen in Ilorin. You understand? And immediately they went to Abuja, and they went to the police station in Abuja, reported to the police station, the police, station very close to the law school, that this is the case. They came because of this case, and they know the address and everywhere of the person that this guy, and they went there, arrested the person, collected the car, and they took up the case from. So it's what you understand. This person actually committed this offense in Abuja, but the car was stolen in Ilorin, and they took everybody and brought them to Ilorin. Even they went to Kaduna to arrest the person that actually stolen the car, and brought all of them down to Ilorin to come and prosecute them. So there are a lot of ignorance that people are peddling out there. And Larry was right by saying the lawyers are even the one confusing us. Even the so-called people that I call eminent lawyers, like even the so-called our own man, what's his name? Falano. The man is just talking too much and just confusing the public. And then we have to be very careful, because a lot of things in Nigeria, we are just running it based on emotion, but not on facts. And it's based on whatever you believe or whatever sentiment that you have, which is very dangerous. The whole environment of Nigeria now is very toxic, and it's not based on truth. It's just based on emotion. So you can continue, Aro.
Well, I don't think it's peculiar to Nigeria. So that's that. I think the advent of social media has allowed misinformation at a very grand scale. And also because the locations where most people get their information is in two places. They get their information lately by watching biased, and bias is not necessarily, I'm not saying bias in a, necessarily like a bad, everyone has got their biases, and lately you see that most media organizations are somewhat partisan, somewhat, not absolutely obvious, but somewhat, or individuals or the presenters are somewhat partisan. So I think that does often influence the people they invite, who may be partisan, which is not wrong. I mean, be partisan. Be partisan is not really a wrong thing. Well, I think the individuals must let fact be the most important, and then and none of us is perfect. Okay, I wouldn't feign that I'm perfect, and so it's not that. But I think it's not a Nigerian thing. So, but I just think it's just the nature of social media. Fast information that has not been vetted, and everybody just goes along, and it just becomes a big circle, like a big ball, a snowball effect, and it just keeps rolling. So I do wish him well, Dele Farotimi'S. I think he's in a very difficult situation. I don't think he's going to be able to prove what he's alleged, because I don't think that even if he has evidence, he might need witnesses. I don't think anybody who is a witness would be willing to stand up in a court of law.
Afe Babalola's chamber.
No, it's never Afe Babalola's chamber. You need to understand what he has alleged is actually a crime, a grand crime. In Nigeria, it's illegal to bribe or to take bribe. And if you're a participant to the bribery of a public official, even if you're a witness to it, even if you're a passive witness to it, and you fail to bring it up, and you are a public officer yourself, you're a clerk of the court, you are a clerk, you're a secretary to a judge, and a judge has been bribed, you are a public official because you are being paid from a public purse, and you do not actually make a statement, you don't bring that forward, you have essentially participated in a crime in some form. So who is the witness that's going to come? Who is his witness that's going to come up? Really, I really don't know which witness is going to be able to bring forward.
Do you know that country as rotten as it is? Some people still get good judgments. They get
of course.
Good judgment. We still have good lawyers. We have good judges.
A clock is going to be right. It's going to be right twice. A broken clock is going to be right. Twice a day. So that's what I mean.
Simba, you want to say something?
Go ahead, Simba. I think I wish him best of luck. I wish him best of luck. I think he's in a very difficult situation. And even if they bring the case to Lagos, as some people are arguing, I think if they bring the case to Lagos, he might not face criminal consequences, such as a jail term, sorry. But he's gonna face serious financial. I mean, I don't really see him winning this case. Really, is what I'm saying. It's a really. He should have been very careful with his. He should have said what he said in the book, but should have been careful with the use of language. He should have.
You know what? Let me tell you now. He can't come out and continue the same route he has been following. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because now, for him as a young man, because he's still very young, to even say that he claimed that he retired as a lawyer at that age, to me, because of his failure in that law profession, that was why he retired, and he now became a social media content creator. Because that is what he's doing now.
No, I think what happened is because I followed him quite a while. I think he's always been someone because he was in LASU, I think, and he was an SUG president. So he has always been that kind of.
It's not like we know several people. You can't just abandon your law profession to go into activism. Activism is not a work. Okay, tell me what.
He's an author. He's an author. I think he's written 3 books, so maybe that's what he wants to focus on.
Now, if I was taking that, okay, if he's now that is what he's doing, and now to me, he's getting more money from social media than whatever book is written, because I don't know how many people even used to read his book. Do you understand? Now he can't come out and be the same person, even if they release him tomorrow. He can't be talking recklessly the way he used to talk in the maybe 2 weeks ago,
really,
3 weeks ago.
I really want this case to run its course. Really, I really do, and I wish everybody the best of luck.
That is lost. What you will be losing has already started.
I think he stands to. I think either ways, he stands to financial losses would be rather. I don't think Afe Babalola would. He's going to lose financially. I think they're going to hit him in his pocket at least. He might escape jail, but they will hit his pocket. I think what you will see is the book will be withdrawn. He's the one that's published it, which it makes it even easier for the court to say in his judgment, you know what? The publisher, which is yourself, you are going to recall every single copy that has been sent out to the distribution network that has not been sold, because obviously if it's been sold to individuals, that makes it difficult. You're going to withdraw them. They're going to be recalled. You are going to, the Afe Babalola will be awarded a certain amount, a penalty. He'll be awarded for the damages to his personality. So I think the compensation will go to Afe Babalola. I think the damages, the financial hit on his pocket will be quite a bit, really. And I think that might really wreck him more than anything else. That because I don't think it's a particularly very well done.
The obedience they will contribute for him. They love
that's
him.
Another thing. Yes, that's another thing. They will contribute, but then again, you have to understand this, because I think there's gonna be the judgment will be very severe, because unfortunately for him, what he has done is possible. I don't think that he's going to need to find an obedient judge somewhere to get a somewhat lenient judgment, if you get what I mean. Even an indifferent judge would hit him hard, because what he has done is to claim that the judiciary, essentially think about it this way. Let's say I work somewhere. That's my place of work. I'm a diligent person. Yes, there are individuals in my place of work that are corrupt. But someone comes out and then says, see that place there. Everybody that works there is just a cesspool of corruption. All of them are just dirty, corrupt individuals. Even in my indifference, I'll be upset. So now, if you bring someone there before me to be the adjudicator in such a matter, I will not be indifferent to that person. Even in my indifference, I will not be. I will, if I have the opportunity to punish him, and I have the right to punish him. If the maximum sentence I can give to him is 15 years, I'll give him the 15 years. If that's the maximum I can, if it's my prerogative,
if somebody is innocent, if someone is innocent, they would like to prove their innocency. They would like to prove it.
Yeah, so I don't. He's gonna have to need to find some obedient judge or some judge that really, really, really likes him, that really, really is routing, that really, really is fighting for him in his corner, for him to get something of a decent judgment in his favor. I really think so. Because what he's accused, his claim is going to be very difficult to prove in courts. You know, he's going to struggle to find a witness. I don't think he himself has any evidence to because the claim is very strong. He has claimed that Afe Babalola has been bribing judges. Essentially, that's what he's claimed. The consequence of Afe Babalola is a loss if he allows this to go through without challenging it. So I wish Farotimi the best of luck. Really, he's in a very precarious situation. I wish him the best of luck. It's not a.
I think, Thomas, the only way Afe Babalola can vindicate himself is by pursuing this
case
to conclusion.
To conclusion, that's the only thing.
Yes, that's the only
because
thing.
It's in a book. The problem
Any
is
other
if
thing
was
behind the door, begging, whatever,
it would damage that man's reputation for right.
Nobody will hear that.
Because it's in a book. That's why it's. I think that's why it's so important. It's in a book that has been published, and when you publish a book, the book has been bought and been read by several people. And when that book has been published,
you cannot recall it.
You can't really recall it.
Yes, you can't recall it.
You can only stop the further publication of that book, or you can stop. You can get a redactment of that particular section, but you can't. It's there. In fact, even whatever Afe Babalola does, even if he wins in court, if Afe Babalola wins in court, you see, and Dele Farotimi then takes out 10 pages in the best newspapers across the world, and says I lied. In 10 years and 20 and 30 years time, it will still be said that Afe Babalola was bribing judges, according to Dele Farotimi. And someone is going to actually the damage has been done forever. There's no forever. It cannot forever. Yeah, it's
forever.
And I think that is why Afe Babalola will do everything they can to make sure that he hits him and he punishes him, so that this man will regret it till his dying days that he ever wrote that book. I think that's really where we are, and that's people need to appreciate it for what it is.
And I think most people that have been reckless, because it's like that is a new trend in Nigeria now. People just talk anyhow, not mindful of the consequence or whatever they say. They can just say anything against anybody. And I think this one should serve like a deterrent if he finds guilty. So every other person will want to follow the same route with
guys, I'm very sorry. We need to shut it down. But yeah, let's hear from those who have not spoken at all. I'm just arriving work. I need to clock in. Yeah, Remy, you want to say something before I shut it down, please? I'm very sorry today. Yeah, we can't go a long way today, and one man too wanted to sleep. Do we have Remy?
I'm here. But what do you want to do?
No. You just you can maybe say something in 10 minutes, then we shut it down. I'm actually at work.
You're not taking it to the back door, right?
No, we just shut it down. Yeah, call it a day. Yeah, I think Simba Simba already said something. Yeah, you haven't said anything. So let's hear from you.
Actually, there is nothing to say anymore, because I've listened for maybe 1 hour before, and I've listened to a lot of people. And I think at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, it's in court. But what I want to talk about is the foreign exchange. Because
you can go. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Because you people, Nigeria will not come out and say what is happening now. Because of the Bloomberg matching order that the CBN has introduced in the last few days, the Naira continued to appreciate. As of now, from the black coin of 1,600 is going to about 1,500 plus. It's about 1,515 now. And if it continues this way, and the CBN continue to tighten with their policy and also the federal government, I think we might see the Naira appreciating below 1,500, probably in the first quarter of next year. So, and that's the good news for Nigeria. So people will not tell you this.
Are you sure, Reggie? Are you sure it's a good news for Nigerians?
Is it not a good news? The Naira is appreciating. Is it
Oh, hey, it depends on where you are. Let me give you an instance. Yesterday, and that's why I say Nigerians don't love that country. Somebody wanted to send money. One of my friends wanted to send money yesterday. When he checked the exchange rate, he said he's not sending the money again.
Yes, because you know what happened. A friend of mine also wants to send money. In the yesterday in the morning, it was 1,704, and before we can say at 4 or 5 p.m., it's already 1,600 plus to the euro. That is an average of more than 400 increase for the Naira. So it was like, so you see, Nigerians, they thought people would not say the good news, and I think if this trajectory continue, it's also a good news. That means at the end of the day, the price of PMS will also.
In fact, I was telling the person, I said, why are you so wicked?